Have to see where that comes down. Back from 3 days ago. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Gerald, John, M.A., got Ben Godfrey, Fisted, Philip, Blinky, or Binky. Good morning. How's everybody doing? All right, so I'm a little bit late this morning, so I'm going to get into this pretty fast. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? So yesterday, end of day, we were talking about, in the live stream end of day, we were talking about how what a cash back or a cash gap fill is, or how we typically, when we trade up like we did into close yesterday, that we'll trade back down to cover that gap. It does look like we're doing that this morning right into the open. We could slide down to 461.71. I want you to put a dotted support line at 461.71 on SPY. I want you to put another one down below at 457.91. And believe it or not, 456.60. So I don't expect, we are kind of closing that gap this morning on the open. We could green bar it straight up, but it looks like what we're going to do is more like a wait and see. I'm going to get quickly in the charts for you. I want to show you the SPY before the open as I talk about what to expect today. But I want you to see this right here. This relates as well to SPY. You can do a chart like this. What I want you to see is right here, okay? And this is this morning, okay, as we open. And you'll see this snapback that we did yesterday. In the overnight, we climbed higher here. And we're just sliding back down to yesterday's close, okay? So just be aware of these levels like 465, 675. We could find a reaction right off the bell. We'll open up a Bookmap and see if there's support right off the bell to go higher. If not, we'll look for the supply zones below, and you're going to expect those at 462275, and then again down below here at 458650. Don't be surprised if we trade down here again. It's not abnormal to recheck one more time before a real true blast off. That check could happen right here on the bell. It could happen slightly lower, or we could even trade lower. We could even trade down here. We could trade off this 4600, believe it or not, and then make a larger move higher. We do have volatility today, so any of this right here is not to be unexpected. We could green bar it off the open as well. Bostic came out this morning and threw a little bit of water on the Fed's dance today. We know we had the Fed come out, or we know that we got the written transcript yesterday from Jay Powell, but that's not really where the volatility comes in. It more or less comes in from the question and answer part of the event, and I've seen these events in the past. We either sell off heavy or we rip much, much higher. There are some price targets out there, 4750, but if we get above 4700, right, and this volatility trigger here of 4714, this is a very bullish sign if we trade up here, okay? I want you to realize that even if the Vanna rally is over and it takes us another week to trade higher, just be aware of that as we trade forward. One of the best plays that you can do today is probably some sort of a spread. I might even wait or not a spread, a straddle, but I might wait until just before the 10 a.m. hour, because what you'll see typically is you'll see us trade slightly down and sideways into that event. You'll get the best pricing as we trade into that event. You could even possibly put the put side on right now as we trade into that event. And then you put the call side on just at maybe a half an hour before it starts. That's 9:30 this morning, right? So right at 9:30, maybe we start this. The Fed's really not getting that hawkish. They are and they are not. They are getting hawkish and they are not getting hawkish. Bostic saying he wants 3 to 4 rate hikes this year. He's not a Fed president. He is more like the, you want to always look at, if Bostic was bullish, you would expect Fed Chair Powell to be bearish. If they work off each other, so you're going to actually expect Jay Powell to be bullish in the context of the money flow. As long as the money flow doesn't stop, you guys got to look at this. I've only got 8 minutes left, but I want you guys to understand something. That there is money flow that comes into the system, okay? And pretend it's like a bathtub. I've said this before. It's like a bathtub, right? And what you want to see them do, or at least explain what they're going to do, and not that the Fed really influences inflation or the price of goods or any of this stuff, or even the price of the market. They don't. But what you want to think about is like a bathtub with money flowing into it, right? And there's a spigot. And if they're plugging the tub, that pumps the market. If they pull the plug in the tub, right, it drains the market at a controlled rate. They're plugging it, plugging it, and pulling it. Now, if they turn the spigot off completely, that's when you get super hella bearish. Okay. Now, if they're going to turn the water down a little bit, open the plug up, as long as you still have slight money flow, the market will still function, even if the money is draining out of the bathtub. And that's really what you're looking for. You're really looking for hardness on QT to sell the market. Now, do I think this market sells down this year or next year? Absolutely. I'm full on bear at this time. Do I think that we need to put collars on? Do I think that we need to put spreads on, put back spreads on? Absolutely. I know a ton of you out there don't even have them on yet. So where do you want to put them on? I know that there's a ton of bulls out there that don't think we're going to 500, and I don't think we are either. But do I think that I want to trade higher to put a collar on? Or do I think that I know that there are bulls out there that just want us to trade higher just so they can get out of their calls. So, and you saw yesterday, you saw Mike Wilson come out yesterday and say, we might only drop another 1% this year. You saw JPM saying, no. So you got this battle of the minds in the big banks about what we're doing and where we're going. I saw hedge funds coming out yesterday on CNBC talking about how we're going to burn overnight because they were probably short all day long yesterday and got caught up in it. Smaller hedge funds probably got caught yesterday and drank the Kool-Aid. So I just want you guys to be aware or be conscious of where we are in the market. We always trade that's what's in front of us to the right. We'll trade that as well today. I can't tell you where we're going. I'm telling you to do a straddle because we could go either way today. No one's going to tell you out there which way we're going today. If we do end up trading up, I want you guys to think about putting on some kind of a putback spread. I posted it on Twitter. It's free. It's free. I actually have some other charts I'm going to show you at some point today if there's a lull. I want to show you in the past how they've worked out in 2007 and 2008, how it worked out in 2018, how it worked out in 2020 and 2019, so that you can measure yourself into that kind of a hedge to protect yourself, protect your investments, and you actually can take this market long with easy protection, okay? It doesn't cost you a dime. Now, I'm not bullish into today. I'm not, how we're opening right now this morning, not bullish at all. But I want you to trade the market that's in front of you. It's critical that you do that because you can lose your shirt. You can lose your shirt as a bull. You can lose your shirt as a bear, right? Yesterday, I told you to take your money and run at the bell yesterday. And lo and behold, this morning, anything that you had yesterday has lost some value. So I'm bullish and bearish. I can switch at a dime. I want you guys to be open, though, to both of those scenarios. My expectation after bell this morning is that we're going to trade slightly down. We could possibly try to close some of this up from yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised to see us close up at least 4,623 off the bell. We could take some put protection here, and then I would immediately at the 10 a.m. hour or close to 10 a.m. grab some calls for the ride up, the elevator up. Be careful of this today. I'm going to get past all this so that we can talk about some like Volcker in the past, about taxation, about rate increases. There's like real impacts on inflation, and then there's the fake impacts on inflation. So we're going to talk about that later on this morning. I wanted to show you this just as we open, and then you know what the calendar is this morning. You know that we had Bostic come out, I think, at 6 a.m. His prepared comments were released at 6 a.m. this morning. You had Loretta come out and Esther come out. But in reality, you're looking for Jay Powell. That's who you're looking for. And seeing James Bullard coming out at 4 p.m. is a question mark for me as well. Is this the soften the blow maybe from J-Pow getting uber ultra hawkish? No one knows what he's going to be today except for his prepared comments, which were not hawkish. They seemed hawkish until you read through the thinness of it. He said that they're prepared to use their tools. As long as he says, I am prepared to use my tools, that means that they're going to step in anytime that we trade too low. That means that we have a defined bottom in this market this year unless something changes. Read the exact verbiage of what his prepared remarks are for today. And my belief is that someone got a hold of those remarks yesterday at the 3 o'clock hour, and once they read that he's prepared to use his tools, right, that means QT is not on. That means that he's willing to spend money, period. And that's clear as day in my mind at this point. Do we trade down or sideways all year long? Possibly. But until that man or any Fed president says that they will not use their tools, they're going to let the market just run, I'm sorry, there's a defined bottom. They will pump. They pumped in 2020. They pumped in 2008, right? We know this. Yeah, I'm shocked that he said that yesterday, but by the way, they use those words specifically to key you in to the fact that they're not doing QT at this point. Okay, or at least at that point. I want you guys to understand that. So it's 9:28. We're gonna bring up the book map right away. I'm not gonna stick around on this page. I also had Think or Swim up for you because there is some concern here. When you guys see this right here, this is a 10-day chart on the 15-minute, and we can easily slide down this morning. No big deal for us to slide down this morning. There's nothing holding us up where we are right now. Would not shock me to see us trade down off the bell and then have a face ripper rally to 47.50. So just be real nimble today. I want you guys to be able to switch sides at a moment's notice. If you're not able to switch sides at a moment's notice, I might recommend that you stick out this morning. I don't care if you're a bull or a bear because things can get wild. You can get stuck in a conviction of where we're going, and it'll turn on you in a heartbeat, and you lose all your money. So just be conscious of that this morning as we head forward. I also want you to be conscious of that meeting. What happens oftentimes is the meeting will start, the confirmation hearing will start, and we'll get complacent. We'll be like, this is boring. We're not going to pay attention any longer. And then like an hour into it, you hear some senator freak out and say something, and the market reacts and we head down, even if we're ripping higher. So just be nimble this morning. It's very critical to pay attention to the moves in the market as we move forward. We're gonna track Bookmap exclusively because we'll be able to see where the supply side, buy and sell side is this morning when we open. Yeah, I've heard these bears, these little Fed presidents. I've heard these guys be bearish all year long and then all of a sudden come out of nowhere and they're bullish, right? So they throw a wrench right inside the program. You get caught with your pants down and you're like, wait a minute, I was expecting Bullard to be a bear today, right? He's been a bear all year long. And then I think last fall, as a matter of fact, Bostick got bullish. You know, it was Bostick or Bullard? I can't remember which one. Or maybe it was the blonde guy that just quit. He was bearish for years, and then all of a sudden this fall, they find out that he was trading the stock market, and then he comes out all kinds of bullish, right? Totally like turning his back on bears, right? One of the bear, the sane little Fed presidents out there, and sure enough, he turned himself around. So I think they get pressed. I think that Fed Chair Powell just says, "Hey, you got to do this, right? You're going to be the bear today. You're going to be the bull today, and I'm going to tell you what you're going to be, or we're going to remove you." Then that's how they cleaned house, in my view, too. They ended up cleaning the house this year on little Fed presidents that didn't want to do what they were told. And we are trading down right off the bell this morning, as expected. We should close that gap from the prior day. We're going to take a look right now and see the trade, how far we're going to trade down here right off the bell. We'll see where actual support is. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope the Bulls made some money yesterday. Hope the Bears made some money yesterday. Everybody should have somewhat fat fat accounts. Hopefully Chase is still money gripping his puts from yesterday so he can make a little bit of money. Morning, Quinn. How are you? Good morning, Invesco. Good morning, B. Good morning, Winky Face. Good morning, Chris, Alex, Doughboy Capital, your wife's boyfriend. Good morning to everybody out there. Is Chase in here this morning? I hope he's doing well this morning. Good morning, YJP. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Willie Smoke Meat. Good morning, Johnny Reb. Good morning, Angie, MA, Winky Face. Euro Boomer, good morning. Good morning, Chansu. Good morning, Omar, Jess, Dragon Wolf, Little Big Bear, Ricardo, Dan Cornish, T. Crone, Stunks Anonymous, BD, Felgen, Jill, Mihai, Chaz, good morning, Frederick, Mahesh, Robert, good morning. All right, everybody's here this morning. All right, so we're going to check this out right off the bell. As expected, we are trading down slightly. We have a little bit of support here at 4649 or 46398. Maybe we dip slightly more right off the bell here. You see these buyers stepping in. I want you guys to see this, right? 378,000 buyers to 338 sellers, but the hero indicator is slightly negative. So open up your options chain, right? And I'll open up alongside you guys. And it never fails to amaze me. In the background of my mind, I'm constantly thinking about the previous years. I'm constantly thinking about, you know, I used to be a bear, right? And what I have to remember is that they trade this market until they break it. Just when you think that they're going to do something reasonable and rational, that they're going to somehow tame the market, tame the economy, that's their intent. You go and you read the comments from J-Powell last night, and you think to yourself, wait a minute, these guys are going to run this up until they break it again, right? It's what they do. They run it and they juice it and they suck it and they squeeze it until they break it. The sellers from yesterday step back in. They're back here this morning. They're at 46657. There's a wall at this point. But it never shocks me. It shouldn't shock you. And if you really do believe in the bear thesis, what are they going to do? You really think that they're going to trade us sideways for a year or two? That they're going to then allow the market to go up? They're going to yank all their money. They're going to liquidate the market is what they're going to do, right? And they even continued their liquidation yesterday. I was looking in FinViz last night, trying to look to see, even though the market was going up, what was taking place in the background. And we still had liquidation in large portions of the market. So that's concerning, right? Are they dumping this market completely but not telling us? Are they going to just run it up to all-time highs? Someone yesterday, I reposted this on my Twitter handle, but one of these CFAs out there noted that the move that we made yesterday has only been made 30 times in the history of the stock market, and like 13 of those, or most of them, had happened in the years of the dot-com bubble. That the run-up to 2007, 2008, the crash, right? Like from 2000 into 2003 or something, we had these same movements. So are we in this point of the market where we're going to scream to stupid all-time highs, go straight vertical bars up, right? Or have violent moves up and down as we reach crazy all-time highs, like 5,500 or something crazy, and yet we're doing violent moves the entire way up, and then we actually crash the market. Because the greed knows no bounds. You have to understand that as a bear, that the greed of these people, they'll break the system every time because they know that eventually the Fed will step in. And the put side, I do want you to realize that right now, this morning, yesterday, there was a lot more weight on on SPY puts at 464, and those have now been sold. There's like 11,000 puts left, 11,000 contracts left on 464p, but not. Looks like they sold them right on the bell this morning. They took their money and ran. Let's see where support is down below this morning. We want to see where we should expect the market to fall if any negative news comes out. See if we can find anything on. See if we can find anything down below, some kind of support. I'm not seeing that. What I am seeing right now at this moment, it looks like the buyers have stepped right up this morning. I'm not seeing a bunch of hidden buyers down below at 460. So I don't see them here, right? I don't see them down below at 450. That 455 buy line, there's a little bit of hidden buyers down below. At 450, but it looks like the buyers have stepped right up this morning. And you know you've got a sellers hiding above here. Sellers are hiding above at 466.43. Be aware of that this morning. The cashback close or the cashback or the previous day's close would be at 461.71. You do have some support kicking in now. You're watching some buyers step in at 45938. And that's the second level down. That was where we were at 1:30 in the afternoon yesterday. Was at 459.29. So we'll leave this one up right here for you as we start the day. And I'm going to add that on my chart as well. You can see it firming up here. It's at 459.32. Sometimes these will move up. You'll see this red line disappear. You'll see it swing up higher if it does. So we trade sideways, slightly down possibly, head into the 10 a.m. hour, and we're going to wait for what they talk about, right? Prepared statements versus what the question and answers are going to be. Yeah, and someone else, I read this morning. Someone was commenting about this, made a comment about this, that, you fight inflation with taxation, right? We all know that. And we all know that they've learned their lesson. You know that Jimmy Carter tried doing that. And they made this, there used to be this saying back in the day that the voting booth is all about taxation. That presidents lose elections over taxation. We can argue till we get to the voting booth about all kinds of issues that we don't agree upon. But in reality, once we hit that voting booth, the real voters, the people that actually vote, typically have something on the line. They typically own a home. And that's the truth. You got to remember that. It doesn't matter what party they come from. They don't want to pay. They want services. Like, I want services. I want health care for everybody, but I don't want to pay taxes for it, right? I'm going to be honest with you, quietly in the background, when I'm not talking to my wife, my friends, and all these people out there. I want to pay the same taxes and give free health care. Everybody wants that, right? So when people get in that voting booth and hit that lever, that's all they're thinking about. Are we getting more new taxes? Are we getting less taxes? Are we getting no taxes? They do consider that when they vote. And there used to be this line that was said that was, it was the taxes, dummy. It's always the taxes. And so no one wants to step on that landmine, right? So how else do you impact inflation? You can only impact it by tightening credit, right? The Fed can do that. So you're looking for that. Is the Fed going to tighten credit? You don't want to hear those words. So that's what you're looking for. You're either looking for the Fed, you're looking for the Fed president, for Jay Powell to say that he's going to tighten credit. If he doesn't say that, I don't know how else you fight inflation unless you raise taxes. And are we going to expect that this morning? Chase is awesome. Good morning, Chase. My friend works in Congress for a top Republican. You'll probably get him to ask a particular question asked to Powell, LOL. Any good questions that will tank the market? Yeah, credit tightening. That's the one. Yeah, yesterday was a Vanna rally. There was a Vanna rally yesterday. It should be over today, but it can ramp back up at some point today as well. We had puts roll off again today, or taken out of the market. These were bought back by, I'm assuming, by the dealers this morning at the bell. Yeah, time for those unrealized tax gains. Are those friggin' spoofers? Yeah, they're above again. The spoofers are here again today. I don't know if they're spoofers. I think if I had to guess, yeah, these are cumulative buyers from the cash open. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chaz. Good morning, Henry. How are you? Azul, good morning. Trevor, good morning. Paul, Eddie's, Johnny 5, Where We Roam. Good morning to all of you. Thomas, Stop Run City. Good morning. Charles, good morning. Andy, good morning. Hutch, good morning. Satchel, good morning. Hope you're all doing well this morning. So I've got these levels tagged this morning. We know about this bounce right here, right? We talked about this bounce here, 462.10. You can see a bounce of buyers stepping in here. There is a reaction happening. We see that these buyers stepped up from 460 or 460.17. You see they've disappeared down below, and they've moved higher right to this 462.60 level. You've got sellers above at 460.53. I'm probably going to buy some calls right now, and then I'm going to buy some puts as if we head higher. So I'm going to look to see if we maintain support here. If this line here, behind this vertical solid line, if I see this start to disappear, I might wait for this 459 number. I don't like that the hero indicator is negative right now. I'd really like to grab some calls down here, and then I'd really like to grab some puts above here at 46650. Yeah, puts should do well. Your puts should do well this morning. You should see people loading up on puts. And in all honesty, I usually play these the opposite side. I think the first 3 times we did, everyone was in puts, and so we took the call side. The last time with the FOMC minutes, everyone was on the call side because everybody knew we were going up, and we took the put side. And of course, we crashed, right? We sold off crazy. And so we want to see this morning which side everybody's on. And we usually do it with splits, too. So I probably won't be holding a one-sided trade today. It'll be a split trade. And more than likely, we're gonna just so you all know, depending upon how today goes, we are going to rip higher, and or we are going to rip lower. Surely, I doubt that we stay sideways today. INTC has a bid this morning. Check out the chart for INTC. The flow is light this morning. There's a lot of Apple puts this morning. That's not shocking to see Apple taking on some puts this morning. The Qs have some puts. SPY has some puts. All light, though. We're talking low six figures on the Qs, low six figures on SPY, low six figures puts on LCID, Lucid. Palantir's got some light puts on it. Rivian, Piton, Ford, and SFT. There are some light calls coming in for the rest of the market this morning. NVIDIA, top of the charts is INTC, then NVIDIA, Snap, Baba, Amazon, Wells Fargo Company, Apple, SPY, Run, Zynga, American Airlines, SLB, XBI, DAL, I believe that's Delta Airlines, Disca, C, Uber, and GGPI all have calls. Not a lot, though. Light volume this morning on the options market. So maybe we grab some call side down here and look for some put side above. You can see that we have more sellers lining up here at this 466.44. Be conscious of this red bar. If you see this red bar disappear over here, you want to be looking for it moving lower or disappearing completely. Now let's talk about a putback ratio real quick. Let me see if I can get a chart going here. You guys want me to talk about a putback ratio or not a ratio? It's not really well, I guess it's kind of a ratio spread. What I was looking at, let me see if I can put a chart up for you guys. You know what I'll do is I'll post a chart to I'm not ultra bearish on the market, but I am open to the trade. I am open to the tails trade. If anybody doesn't know what the tails trade is, it's now I'll post. I have some white. I have some white and I have some black papers as well. I don't know if I can. I can't release those publicly, but the white papers I can. And it's been a big topic of discussion in the market of recent. Mark Cuban was an originator of this. Mark Cuban way back in the day requested to protect his money. As we moved closer to 2007, he said, well, the VIX products were coming out. We had VIX products coming out that people wanted to trade, and then we had reverse VIX products that were being traded for those events, right? When some of these reverse VIX products wound up getting liquidated because we have these tail risk events where the market sells down much slower than anyone expected. That's the long story short. I can do a longer version of this, but we have these events in the market where the market's looking for an excuse to sell, and they're typically, not always, but they're sometimes triggered by major events in the world, like 2001, the 9/11 event, maybe a death out there, or COVID, are just triggers that actually force us to sell down to a number that we are not expecting. It's an excuse for the market to liquidate. And there's a posit that these events are happening sooner than later. So, and the expectation is that they're going to happen more frequently. And there's stuff there are things that people can't predict, right? These are events that people can't predict. They're not on our radar. It's completely unexpected. And maybe the market's trading sideways. Let's say our market now trades sideways for 2 years, and it's just looking for an event that sells us down to some stupid number that no one's thought about. This isn't really a bearish take on the market, but it is a how do I cover all my bases for free trading plan. And so how do you do that? And the putback spread is when you sell, let me see if I get this right. You sell two closer to in the money puts, and you buy an outside of the money put. And so what you're doing is you want to buy these at like 480. The trade is free or pays you a little bit of money. So if the market continues to go up, the two puts that you sold wind up printing you on the way up, right? And then that way outside of the money put that you buy, it's got to be something crazy. And I've got some levels. Like you could buy them for 3 months out at 404, 406, and then add them every 3 months. You could, and then you'd buy like a 6 month or a year out at 331 for where we are right now. Maybe 340. You'd buy one then for a year out at, believe it or not, 248. And you'd buy one for 2 years out at 160, 150. You go back into the options chains, though, and you look for where the interest is in these puts. And I've seen some puts out there. There's some interest at the 150 mark a year out. They should be further out in my view. They should be like 2 years out at 150. But if you remember in 2007 and 8, well, actually 2008 itself, we had a steep decline. We had a sell-off that was, not seen in many, many years. And we had that similar thing happen right in 2020. But it wasn't as deep as the 2008. So you'd have to structure it where you're at different levels. The key behind this trade is that you have money that's not in play in the market, but it doesn't lose you any money. So, and you'd have to figure out, let's say you make this trade with, let's say you normally trade with $100,000. You'd have to structure this trade so that, let's say you trade $10,000 on this trade. You figure out what it would print at each level in case we had market collapse or a serious market pullback. You'd know that you can't trade with that $10,000 for a period of time, 1 year to 3 years. Would never lose any money, but you would know what the payoff would be if these hit, so that you could trade with what that trade would make in safety. And you leave the rest of your money in cash. So you'd have cash on the side, making maybe 4%, 5%, 7% in safety. You take like 10 grand, you make this trade, and then you take the difference. Let's say that's $50,000 or $90,000, whatever it is. Maybe it's 50 grand, right? So you're leaving like 40 to the side. You're trading with 50. You've got 10,000 on this tail risk of trade. You take the 50 that you got, and you start trading again, and from a bullish perspective, that would account for both sides of the trade. That the market sells off deeply, it accounts for that crazy .com bubble where we trade straight vertical, and you can take that 50 grand and you'd build that into some massive stockpile. You've got 40 grand over here to unleash in case the market does crash, plus the money that you remade from the losses that you incur on the way up. Does this make sense to everybody out there, how to trade that? So yeah, if you guys figure that trade out right, you'd have to back trade this trade with whatever your money is. If you got 10 grand, you can trade this with 10 grand, 5 grand, $1,000. You can trade this with $1 million, whatever your pile of cash is. You can work the numbers on this trade to protect you in the downside. I'll post this chart, and I'll show you why I expect those numbers in this tail risk trade. I'll show you 2 examples where it happened in the past, or maybe 3. I think I have 2 or 3 examples of this actually taking place in the past. We've had these events prior. It's not like this has not happened in the past. And this is in modern times we've had this happen. So it just protects you along the way. And I know that a lot of you guys want to be bullish. I know that a lot of you guys want to be bullish with protection, myself included. I'm going to put this trade on. I'm hoping I can put this trade on around 470, 480. If we can trade up to 475 475, 4750, 480, somewhere in there. If we can get up there, I'm going to place this trade myself, and then I'm going to take a bullish stance in this market. Even if we have, so let's say, so think about this entire trade, and then think about what your expectations are for this year and next year if we have a normal market for the next two, not a normal market, but a reasonable market for the next 2 years. And that's my viewpoint. My viewpoint right now on the market is we're going to have a defined bottom. So between now and March, we will see a market bottom and we'll have a turn. Now, we might trade sideways for the year in that instance. We might trade where we have slight profit, 3 to 6%, let's say. And maybe we trade sideways next year with 3 to 6%. So we end up trading sideways. Our rate of increase in the market, instead of being steep, is just flat to slightly up. We see that happening right now in the SPY. From May until now, we see a slight rollover in the market. So I'm going to trade and plan for that happening this year and next year. Okay, so with that in mind, if we go up, straight up, I'm going to still win, right? If I'm looking for this, if I'm trading this and we trade sideways, I'm going to win. If we trade slightly up for the year, I'm going to win. If we trade to the top, I'm going to win. Now, the only thing that I don't have covered in this trade is if we have that tail risk event. So that's why I put that putback trade on. Now, some of you out there will prefer to trade volatility. I can understand trading volatility. For me, though, I want my money back. I don't want to take out put spreads because I'll never make that money back. I don't want to take out far outside the money puts because I will never make my money back. I don't want to take out volatility trades because if that event doesn't happen, I'll never make my money back again. So those three choices for me don't pay me. I want to be paid and I want to protect my protection. Yeah, I'm going to put Powell on here in just a moment live. You guys want me to put some Powell on? I'll put Powell on live right now. It's not going to be the best audio. I can put it on in the background of this broadcast, but it will wind up using too much juice for me to put out a 1080p 60 frames per second broadcast. Does everybody understand this entire thing? This concept? And if you don't know how to do these trades, if you're listening to me right now, and let's say you only trade on Robinhood, or you only trade on, I don't know, Webull or something where you can't trade these complex trades, we can place this trade live at some point. If you guys sign up for, let's say, Tasty Trade, even if you don't use it as your main trading account, you could use like a Tasty Trade as just your side account or something similar, some account where you can do a complex trade on. You open up one of these accounts, you just put the amount of money that you want to hedge the market with into it, even if it's $100. You put the money, well, I don't know if you can do it with $100, but put $1,000 in there, put $500 in there, and you just put this one trade on in this account. Even if you're a simple trader, and I typically trade very simply, but if you want to put some complex trade on, you can watch YouTube videos to do it on your own, how to place this trade. I'm sure that Tasty Trade has a video out there on how to actually execute this trade. And you just follow step by step on how to execute it. If they don't have a video on YouTube, you can actually contact Tasty Trade and just say to them, hey, I want to put this hedge on the market. Can you walk me through the steps? Hang tight for just a second here. I'm trying to figure out where the Fed's channel is. I want the most up to the minute I'm surprised there's no live conference. The Fed Reserve doesn't have their a live feed today. So it looks like we're going to have to go with one of the major. Have the makings of some. Looks like Fauci's on at the moment. All right, so I've got one of these broadcasts up right now. Quinn, I saw that. I can't even repeat that live over the air. C-SPAN is the best place. All right, thanks, Chase. Let me see if I can go to C-SPAN. Let's see what we got right now. C-SPAN. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what I had on. I think I've got the United States Senate Committee hearing channels. All right, so I've got it on live right now. We did get this nice, beautiful bounce below here at 462. Quinn leaked it here. Has Quinn spit yet? The CNBC YouTube channel. Yeah, what's going on at the Bookmap level is we did have buyers step in at 462. We should trade close to this 466. You don't want to be Icarus, right? I'll post the YouTube channel to Twitter. And if you guys have a better channel on Twitter, can you post it in the comments section so that if you guys have a direct feed, maybe? This is from, I believe this feed is from, feed that I'm on is, I believe, CNBC television, but I prefer the direct feed if anybody has it. I just posted it, the CNBC feed, to Twitter. And I'm going to post, just so you guys can see, I'm going to post some photos on Twitter of that trade and where you would how you would expect it to happen. I've got them post the levels I have posted are 1, 2, 3, and 4. The number 4 level would be similar to the previous instances of this taking place. I apologize for how terrible this looks, and the trade would extend into somewhere in 2024. Looks like it's starting right now. See if I can. Give me just a second here. I'm going to post these for you guys. I'm having a hard time getting this on. You know, maybe Joe Donut can post. I don't know if Joe Donut's listening in this morning, but I did send them to Joe Donut yesterday. You are seeing some resistance above on 1, 2, 3, 4. If you look back at the past 4 trading days, we do have that resistance above. We are tapping right now. I'm going to show you that channel. Looks like someone's got a great. There we go. Federal Reserve. Awesome.
Huge bonuses and payouts. Fed must do more to stop consolidation in the banking industry from hurting consumers and small businesses. It must encourage more lending to Main Street and crack down on stock buybacks, risky bets, and big spreads. The Fed needs to take seriously systemic risks that threaten our economic progress, like cryptocurrencies and stablecoins and post-climate change. Chair Powell showed he understands, in his words, profound challenges for the global economy and financial system. Quote, we expect
Looks like Chen Su posted a great link.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair nominee
Looks like M put a great link. Juice put a great link for the most live version of
service to investment and all the expect also expect reform inside the federal system. It means increasing diversity of the Fed so that people making decisions for our economy actually reflect the work
take a shot every time someone says transitory. I should go get some whiskey.
something the Fed is entirely serious.
Yeah, so Joe, I was looking for you to post the 3 charts or 4 charts I sent you yesterday to put that put back trade on. I guess Comrade Chairman Brown is a Democrat. It's weird because Jay Powell is a conservative. Small cap speculative stocks are pumping today. Look at FinViz and see what's up. Yeah, it looks like consumer defensive is up, consumer cyclical is up, healthcare's, financials, energies, all the usual suspects this morning. Some basic materials, some biotech is up this morning. A little bit of technology, not a ton. Compass is up this morning for tech. AVPT is up this morning. That's another tech. But mostly healthcare, financial. How's XLV doing this morning? That was a trade from yesterday. Sold off at the bell or at the open this morning. Can you guys hear this broadcast? Hear the speaker from the Senate? RK's on a rally right now. I'm interested to see if XLV holds this. So XLV traded high into the close yesterday at 3:50 in the afternoon, and it just retouched yesterday's cashback close, right? Or the gap close. Some Tesla puts coming in currently. We'll bring up Tesla for you guys. I know a lot of you guys are Tesla fans. Seeing a lot of, as people have already noted, tickers coming in. We have QS. These are all calls. Calls on QS, X, SQ, Tilray, Snap, Lyft, Disca, Docu, AAL, Baba, Oxy, NVIDIA. We already talked about that one. OVV, Piton, DKNG, Hood. All retail favorite stocks. MTG, Run. How's AFRM doing this morning? Wow. AFRM. Woo. And we I think we called that yesterday, right? $82 was the sailing for AFRM. We'll take a look at AFRM next. Looks like currently there is some small support here, 158 on Tesla. You got Mr. Toomey out here telling you to rein it in. And then the moment that a Republican becomes president, they're not reining anything in. You got to love this. Turn that down for a minute. Yeah, I'd take a look at XLV again this morning. They are on the top of the charts along with financials and energy and some of the retail favorite stocks. Could be another good day for XLV. More buyers than sellers on XLV. XLV is one of these stocks where you buy a bottom, you trade it up. A lot of boiler rooms trade AFRM. Sorry, not XLV. A lot of boiler rooms will trade AFRM. One of the great things about trading this stock as well recently, the past few months, is you'll find a nice bottom down here and it'll trade back up again. It is trading along VWAP, it looks like this morning. Let's see where the buyers are at. You've got the sell. You had a sell above at $82. We knew about this one yesterday. Your real price target is $89.46. It does follow somewhat. It follows like a day trader's rules. It'll respect VWAP to an extent. It's tapping on VWAP right now. The real money is down below at 76.11. So if it does break below VWAP slightly, there's some more buyers stepping in at 78.69. It's a really good trade. There's a lot of day traders that trade this stock when it's running. So you will see steep sell-offs and you'll see nice steep rips on it as well. If any of you guys have a ticker you want me to look at, post it in the comments. The Silver Fox is speaking. Let me know in the comments if you have any tickers that you want to see. You guys are hilarious out there. I love all the names you have for everybody. See if I find any more support down here. Yeah, if I'm gonna guess, let's see, 462. Let's take a look at that ice down there. I'd really like to see us trade down here. It's like a moment of weakness and then a trade up and see this red bar kind of disappear. I'm going to put a trade on here in a moment. Can I check Tesla again? Yeah, I'll check Tesla again. BCRX, LFG, Palantir is making a move, PayPal, UPST. Okay, yeah, I'll run through these one at a time. 469, 466. Let's see where we're at. I'm going to try to throw a trade on here. What's XLF doing this morning? Is it still ripping? Yeah, I might take this XLF trade. See if there's any sneaky Pete's hiding around in here. So there are 2,000 contracts on XLF expiring on Friday for 8 cents. There's 7 cents and 8 cents a piece, 42C. I don't know if I would take that trade. I'd probably just take it in the money, 41C at 35 cents. It should pay 100%. And let's look at this at the 21st. There are some puts on the 21st, which makes sense. We trade up, we trade down into Thursday of the 20th, what's that Thursday? It wouldn't be shocking to see us trade up and then trade down into the 20th. And then the 20th, we trade up. And then we go sideways into the 21st. Or that's what we've been doing in past years. So on the January 14th, we've got a whole bunch of interest on 42C on XLF. There are a ton of XLF calls coming in this morning. And it looks like XLF is just finished its a gap close. I want to look on the 1 month chart. Yeah, that's an interesting trade. The only concern I have on this trade is that we touched $41 at the opening bell on the 10th. So we've already seen $41. So do we see 41 again? That's a tough call. And there are a lot of puts on the following date on the 21st. There's a lot of put concentration on 40.5, and those are 43 cents each. If you did a straddle with 2 dates, it's not going to pay enough, I don't think. The safer play overall is probably the puts expiring on January 21st at 40.5. That's the safest trade. But there are a lot of calls coming in for that, or there's still some interest on 42C. But I still don't like that because it's such an illiquid spider that they don't always print, right? The market makers won't print them. So I'll tend to take the in the money trade. So maybe you take 41C expiring on the 14th, put an order in for like 32 cents or 35 cents, see if it fills, and you might get a 100% trade out of that one. I don't know if I like XLF as much as I was thinking I did. All right, let me go up here and I'll pump out some of these things for you. Okay, who do you want me to do? Where am I starting here? You guys put out some crazy. Okay, let's start with NVDA. We'll make our way through. And I want to check the SPY call put. Where's everybody on Friday? Oh boy. Everybody's loaded to the tits and puts. For Wednesday. And everybody's on splits for Friday. That is the safe trade. You've got a lot of people loading up on Friday, January 14th, SPY, 460p and 465c. So that's the spread for Friday. That sounds reasonable. It's not a bad trade, actually. And it looks like the puts have gone away. Some algo turned off the put side. And there's a ton of interest in us hitting 470 by Friday. They're still a little rich for my blood. $1 a contract for 470 on Friday is still pretty expensive. Okay, so NVIDIA. What are we looking at here? Got NVIDIA's trading on VWAP today. Got a lot of pressure above. The real buyers are below at 260. You have some more support here at 268. But you do have sellers feeding into NVIDIA. I want you to be conscious of this. This looks like a bank allowing it to go up, then they sell into you, and they drop it back down, then they sell into you. But you do have resistance at 275. You have more resistance above at 279 on NVIDIA. This does look like a classic dispersion trading. Not dispersion. Yeah. Take a look at the chart on NVIDIA. Yeah, this looks more like it's still being sold down. I can see the idea that it's gonna rip higher here, though, and at least on the candlestick chart, NVIDIA looks like it's gonna squeeze above. You know, if it squeezes above this 280 mark right here, but it does. I mean, this does still look like a classic bull trap, to be honest. And this would be the price target above 307, 301, 299 and 308. Real supports down below at 251. NVIDIA is a tough one to call. I can see the bull case for this. I can see a bank trying to do this as well, but the reality is NVIDIA still needs to cool off. It's still in that cool off phase. It ripped higher for a long time. It didn't really. Let's look at a year chart on. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest about NVIDIA. Trade started way back in March at $60. NVIDIA went to a high of $364. I mean, the only argument that I have against the bull here is that a bank is going to take profit at some point. And while they're taking profit, they're going to make a bull or a small fund think that it has new highs coming. And so they will take their shorts off. They will let it rise higher. You can trade that. I'm not saying you can't trade that rip, but I still think it trades down. Let's call it at, say if you're a bull and you're like, nope, we're going to trade higher. Yeah, you're probably good to that 295. And then I'd expect another sell down at that point. Probably good to that 295. Now that 300 that you see on the screen right now. It's a tough call. It's a tough call because all you need is some bad news to come out and it's going to sell. But, you know, we all take our own risk. So that was NVDA. I'll do NET next. I think there are easier trades than NVIDIA. I don't think that you can't trade it. I just think that there's trades that are not as risky. So I'm not negative on NVIDIA. I'm just thinking that I think you can take that trade, that long trade, but I also think that there's high risk in it. So look at NET next, and we'll see if I can find something for myself to trade. So you got real support on NET at 100. You've got heavy resistance above at 117. You've got more buyers than sellers. It's trading along VWAP today. Your first real resistance is 114.92, then 115.84, And the real sellers step in at 117.57. That's a good question on Hood. We'll look at Hood next. Where's the real buy wall at Hood? You know, it's weird. I might not get to see the Hood bottom if day traders keep stepping in. I realize that that's going to happen too on Hood. It's too juicy not to buy. That's where I might miss the Hood trade due to that. And I expect that. So that it's possible that I missed that. The real buyers are still down below at 1360. That doesn't mean, though, that you can't buy these dips because it's too juicy. You know that you got to bounce up here, some resistance at 1653, at 1692. It's very tradable, day trading it. I like Hood as a day trade right now. I can't say that I don't like the trade on Hood. You've got heavy resistance above at $17. So you just keep buying the dips and selling the rips in this stock. You can day trade it every day from like $15, right? We know this. This is how it's been trading. We know we have more support at $14. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting for myself to buy it because I'm not day trading it right now. If I was day trading it right now, you buy this at $15, trade it up to $17.88, rinse, repeat until it doesn't work anymore. I do like the Hood trade. I did net. BX I'll do next. Looks like the NVIDIA trade is reversing slightly. There's a lot of coiling right now on the SPY at that resistance. So we'll check back in if it is rejected. I'm looking to enter SPY, I believe, at 461.71 or 462. One more time, I want to see it come back down. Not quite ready to take a trade yet. BX has more sellers than buyers. The wall on BX is 120. All the real buyers are down at 110.28. I'll look at Qs next. Usually when I do these every day, we'll find one really good trade in here. We look through enough of them. We look through like 10 or 20 of them. We'll find a great setup. Yeah, we talked about this 380 the other day, right? And we talked about 380 being a nice wall of support. See where the real buyers are. See if they've gone lower or not. Then this does work for the bull case, right? That is because 380 was a serious support level for the Qs. Let me look at NDX. You know, we had that nice big fat trade down that took place yesterday on NASDAQ, and it reclaimed support. You know, we knew that 380 was that contentious area for NASDAQ. You guys know about stock manipulation. You know about when the price of a stock it'll trade in a defined area, right? You've got this upward bound and lower bound, and you know that it'll bounce around in there. You know that you have buy-sell orders at the top and bottom, and then out of nowhere it'll trade higher, and out of nowhere it'll trade lower. We saw that yesterday with NASDAQ. So the bulls are looking for that 380 level to hold. And there are some pretty fair sellers above here at 381. There is a supply side sell. This doesn't do well for the bull case. That is my concern too, is that you see tech stocks that have been beaten down for a year from that 2020 trade. And then you see some tech stocks that have held the market up the entire year of 2021, right? Now we're in 2022. And my own expectation is that for at least the next 3 months, you see the tech that was beaten up come up slightly to meet with maybe a lot of these big tech stocks that have held up the market. They kind of meet in the middle at some point, and then the market will make a move higher. And I think you even heard Mike Wilson talk about this concept yesterday on CNBC, the same similar concept. You'll see these banks take profit off this next ER on these big tech names, and then you'll see everything kind of compressed together, and then the market will eventually move up. And you know that right now there are the buyers and the sellers are at kind of a clash right now on the Qs. You can see the support level that was here at 378 has moved up a little bit, and it's kind of disappeared at this point. You have more buyers than sellers, so you got a war going on the Qs right now. You have a lot of call buyers stepping in right now as well. So if I think the trade's in the SPY going long, I'm assuming that a lot of you think that the trade is in the Qs going long. I want you to show the next level of support on the Qs is 371.23, 368.22, and 365.43. This is where the smart money is down below here. Okay? So 370, it's a pretty big fall. That's a significant fall. If the Qs were to fall like that, you would see the SPY fall, most definitely. I'll do Amazon next. Same story with Amazon. The Qs, Amazon holds the Qs up. I'll put Amazon up real quick. And you'd see SPY fall, but not quite like the Qs. You know, the Qs can fall. The Qs will take a bigger hit than the SPY will because of financials, cyclicals, because of energy. They don't have cyclicals, energy, financials within the Qs. You know, the Qs are only the 100, right? And then you've got this S&P 500 that has, you know, another significant weight in it to spread that risk around. You are still seeing a bounce in NDX. You know, that trade down on the can NDX go down? I think it can. I think NDX has a problem right now. I think NDX has a problem of rotation. I think that's the problem in NDX, you know, to be honest with you guys. Give Amazon just a minute here for it to load up. See what you guys are saying down below. So we got Amazon. What are you guys saying down here? RK is giving it all back. ALL is bouncing. Airlines are all green. Thanks for saying something, Invesqua. Yeah, I was going to play the... Yeah, Invesco's got some good points. Quinn's saying that the Kansas City Fed President, George, can't ignore extraordinary large balance sheet. Yeah, I agree with that. You can't ignore it. What about Tesla? Yes, Chop. Yeah, XLE is going bananas. Yeah, the trade is this morning. The trade is in healthcare. It's in consumer cyclicals. It's in energy. That's where the trade is this morning. You can't deny it. I just looked it up. I have a FinViz tracker every morning that shows me which sectors are being bought this morning, right? Regardless of what the flow says. And I don't have much to say to you guys on. See if I can look for some serious support in the Qs. 3,200. If you really want to know, real buyers at 3,200 this morning. You've got Hero indicator on Amazon. What else are we looking at this morning? Did NQ. I'll do MO next. We have some rejection right now on the SPY. We'll probably come back to it here in a moment. I am going to be looking to buy one of these dips in the SPY at some point. I don't like the price of. I want you guys to understand something. I want you guys to look at your options chain for the options that are expiring on Friday. I always hear this from people too. They say, well, options are expensive because they're going someplace. And I'm always, so MO. Boy, I'll tell you what, MO might be a nice short. You got a huge bounce on MO down here at $49. Huge bounce on MO. You've got slightly more sellers than buyers, but you saw this nice little bounce here. It's like might be a good trade actually. But tight range. No, if I have to say anything, I'm gonna say that the Bookmap's not gonna really lend much insight into where it's headed. Looks like it's crashing here on some support. This is nice to see. Your price target right now is $51. 10% move, that's pretty good. We're going to check on the SPY real quick. Yeah, I don't like seeing options that pricey. I watch the daily and weekly SPY chain every week, week in, week out, every day. And they do trade out of bounds and get very pricey, right? But when they're right before we're going to make a move, never like to see those options cost $1, $2. I always feel like the market maker is going to step in, steal a bunch of money from them, and then they'll swing them to a crazy number. Yeah, I like this down below this 462. We have a second tap happening right now onto support, onto the SPY. Might enter a trade here at this point. Getting close to it. Let the SPY load up real quick. I probably need to clear my SPY history on Bookmap. Looks like it's running a little bit slower because it's loading from from Monday. So it's going to take a minute for it to load. I'll have to clear my Bookmap history every day. It's almost loaded up here. Check out XLNX. Nice. So we see winky faces. So some of you guys out there follow what I'm saying. Some of you guys pay attention to what I'm always telling you guys. I want to see it cheaper. I want to see the price of an option cheaper heading into Friday. Wednesday usually kills. It's usually a kill option day. Like they'll kill the price of options. The FOMO buyers come in both sides. Bulls, bears on a Monday. No, not Wednesday. I'm sorry. FOMO buyers come in on like Monday, right? And you'll see nice prints on Monday. And then like a Tuesday, you'll see the price of options get cheaper. See if we can get this to come in a little bit. Come on now. Okay. So maybe we can make a trade here. Same thing. Sellers still waiting above. Sellers are waiting for something. I don't know what it is. It is concerning to see. We do have the Hero cumulative indicator slightly on the positive side. Probably a day trader buying the bounce. But I don't like when we see that's those sellers above. I don't like that wall above us being that low. Keep your eyes on XLNX. It's been trading down since December 28th. Hit a bottom yesterday at 184. And some calls just came in January 21, 220C for $194,000. It is highlighted as a great trade. The algo score is quite high on it. XLNX 220C for January 21st. Keep an eye on that one. AFRM is just going crazy right now. Stupid call flow on AFRM. Day traders are all over that trade for sure. I got another good one for you. Dish, maybe. Let me check it first. Maybe not. Scratch Dish. Dish has been trading up from $30 since December 3rd. It's at $34 right now. It's been ripping since the open this morning. I do see some calls coming in on it, but I don't like buying it unless it's on a dip. It's February 18th, 35C for $500,000. If you wanted to trade this, take this trade, this 35C on Dish, what I would say to you is the responsible thing is to buy this trade on a dip. It dips every day. So if you dipped back down to like 33.91, I might take that trade. Wait for it to dip down. Maybe it might not dip down today. It might dip down tomorrow. But you could, in a journal, write that trade down and possibly take it. You could take it now, but it's risky because because Dish does sell down like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. It's sold off in the past 20 days. So every 4 or 5 days, it does trade down. Look, make sure you're checking it on a chart with like a month out or so you can see where it's at. LCID is still ripping, or more calls coming in LCID. Airline calls all morning long. DAL. You guys can also trade that on Jets. That big rotation trade still going on this morning. Yeah, and XLF is starting to trade down right here, it looks like. Looks like XLV is trading down a little bit as well. It's still sitting on its support from that gap close from yesterday, sitting down at 135. If XLV trades down to 133, or if it gives back all of its gains from yesterday, I might pick that trade up again. I'm still interested in that trade because there are a lot of healthcare stocks up again this morning. So it might not be showing its cards well yet at this point. Viacom selling off, another great trade setup. If you are looking to get back into the Viacom trade, I'd be looking for a rebuy back in around 33.84. Tag that on your charts. Right around 33.84, you might get a great trade on. If it breaks through with tight stops at 33.84, then look for a sell down to rebuy back in at 32.25. Sometimes we'll swing out of a channel briefly, and then you can scoop up a bottom and for a nice another ripper up. Not surprising to see Tesla trading down slightly. We'll look at Tesla one more time for you. SPY's holding support just fine. You can see this nice, beautiful red line of support here. See how cheap the Tesla calls have become now, or SPY calls have become. I want to see him grind. I really want to see him grind those SPY calls down to like 30 cents maybe. I know that sounds really greedy. Now we've got a ton of puts right now. A pin on the market on SPY just came in at 462p. I'm really looking for those calls to be dirt cheap. 470s for Wednesday are only 30 cents. That's getting cheap. What I end up doing is I trade too early. I wind up buying them at like 80 cents. Like the Friday 470s, I buy them for 80 cents. And then I wind up going back and buying another rack or two or three for 20 cents to make my dollar cost average down to like 40 cents, 30 cents. And then I don't capture the entire trade. I'm just be patient here on the SPY. Watch this grind. Just keep on grinding. Wear out these put and call buyers. I'll bring up Tesla next. Maybe I'll just leave SPY up so that I don't have to reload it every time. Yeah, and just heads up, there are dip buyers stepping in on AFRM. There is some massive flow coming in. I'm seeing some XLF puts right now too. That XLF trade was sketchy. It looks like they want to print the put side on XLF. I would be wary. It looks like they printed yesterday on XLF. And it looks like they're going to trade down into Friday and then print the put side, and then they'll pick it back up again. Be careful of XLF because I've traded it a lot in the past, and there's a lot of like boiler rooms that trade it. There's a lot of hedge funds like trading XLF, so you have to kind of follow what they're trading, even if it's going up. You'll always see like XLF will trade up into the opening bell. You have to sell your calls, and then it sells down, and then it goes back up again into the end of the day, and then it sells down on the following days right at the open. Still seeing calls coming in on Zoom XOM. I mean, I'm going to look back at AFRM at some point. I want to, because AFRM prints huge. There's a lot of money flow coming into AFRM today. You know, I might have to reload this entire book map. I'm going to reload this book map real quick, see what's going on in my background. The OBS Streamlabs 64 bits running. Okay. Probably should have restarted my computer yesterday, and I didn't. Load previously. You know what? I might just restart from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Start from scratch. See if we can get a. We'll have a clean slate here. Start with Tesla. Yeah, let's start with Tesla. Got to clean out the pipes on Bookmap sometimes. We're already getting a better load already. Seeing more calls coming in on Dish. Following the same trade, January 21st, 37.5 calls. January 21st, 37.5 C. Got localized support on Tesla at 1040. Sellers above at 1070, 1065, 1080. Dish is ripping. Wow. I guess it did rip, huh? Dish just kind of blasted off. $10.40 on support, 1070, 1075, 1080. Just kind of bouncing around doing its thing. Real sellers on Tesla are above at 1100. Same as last week, not too much of a difference. Might need to be resetting this computer every day. I mean, it might need to reset this computer, maybe even the stream. I think that I'm dedicating this computer to this setup now, and I'm not turning it off. So what I think is happening is that my Bookmap is just draining it. Or reset my internet connection every day. Because I am streaming for like 8 straight hours a day. I'm sure that my internet service company is not happy with me doing this. Yeah, I don't think it's just the Bookmap history. I think that what it is I think that it has to do with, so every day I'm running a stream that's 8 hours long, and I think I need to reset my internet every day, reset my computer every day, because I've got the internet I'm not resetting, my computer I'm not resetting, and then Bookmap I'm not resetting. So I think when I reset all these things, it just kind of gives it another chance to start fresh. and you know that you get throttled, right? Even if you're paying for the best, I'm paying for the absolute best. I've got like 300, 400 or 500 download or speeds, and I've got like 300 upload. But you know the internet service providers, if you're really slamming into it, that they'll throttle you until you reset your system. Run crap cleaner. I'll look that one up. I don't think I've got. Or I shouldn't say I don't think. I know that when I reset everything, that it runs just fine. It's more. So I just looked up crap cleaner. Got it. But I don't think it's anything that I'm doing. I stripped this computer down of everything. Yeah, Spy's got a sick bounce off 462. Gorgeous bounce off 462. It's a beautiful thing right there watching that. It's a great day trader bounce right there. And we want to take a look and see if these sellers are still here, or if they're gone on the SPY. And it looks like they've come down. No, they're still there. Be careful of this rip. This is a day trader's rip. This really isn't a... Be careful of these sellers hiding above still. You want to see that giant red bar just disappear. Yeah, AFRM is going higher from that dip and that call flow that came in. AFRM bounced off 78.99, and a couple $1 million came in on call flow on AFRM. It's going higher now. XLNX, that call out from earlier, they're ripping as well. XLV is just kind of bouncing along on support here. Viacom's in a consolidation phase. Hood's still ripping higher. It is interesting to see John Deere is just in a consolidation phase. So John Deere had that huge gap up. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of sideways movement on John Deere. So that trade looks like it's played out a little bit. This was the John Deere trade is part of that everybody panic and hide, right? It started back here in October. In October 10th, it began at 320. It's traded up to almost 386 now. And then you have the CNBC types coming out there and they say, hey, you guys should all hide in real good trades. So now everybody's loaded up now on John Deere. And what's going to happen here? Just traded up 25% since October. And then you've got everybody loading up right now on value trades after it's gone up 25%. So you have some minor resistance on Tesla at 1070. Your price target's 1100. Buyers still in control on SPY. More buyers than sellers. Excellent hero indicator. There is a little bit of hesitation as we get close to the sun above, right? You see that the sellers are still there. You're looking for these sellers to once again disappear from yesterday. And until then, it's a day trader's paradise. Is bias up now? Can I post donut? Yeah, I can post. I can post donut. Quinn, you have any trades you want to look at, brother? And one more thing on SPY is, if you look, there goes my dogs outside. You'll look for a little bit of support here on SPY at 464.43, and then you want to see if we can break above this 466.50. It looks like that sellers are moving slightly higher too. They were down slightly lower earlier. Just take note of this, that they were down at like 459 earlier, or 465.59, I believe. So somewhere in here is where the sellers were earlier this morning. And they seem to be raising up the wall. This could be the calls coming into the market as well. So you might have a nice clean bounce here on the SPY at 464.37. And then another rip higher to that 466.49. So you might be able to pick this trade up on the SPY if you missed the first rip above. That would coincide with Tesla going to 1070, 1080. Right, start to see that across the market. I want to check out AFRM. See if we can load in a second chart this time. If we can't load another chart, what I might do is I might have to cancel this live stream, and then I'll reload a new live stream. What I'll do is I'll reset my internet, I'll reset the computer, and then I'll do a second live stream. Maybe we'll take a lunch break between 11 and 12 o'clock. You guys can go eat some popcorn or something, and then we'll get back to it. So let's see if we can get a second chart to load up. If I can't get a second chart to load up quickly here, I'm going to probably and this one's loading up fast. I probably just needed to get rid of, I probably just needed to do what I did was erase some of the previous history. So it looks like the buy zone right now, right? 78.45. Sell zone's $82. I'm still positive on AFRM. There's slightly more buyers waiting down below at 76. You've got a first resistance at $82. Big resistance at 85. Ultimately, you're looking for, I think it's 90 something. Or it looks like the buyers have come down. No, they're at 90. They're at $88.62. $88.62. $70. Day traders are sitting around down here at 78. Yeah, crude shouldn't give a fuck. Crude is outstanding. Crude, any of the oil trades, any of the energy trades are outstanding. We'll look at XLE real quick. There's calls coming in all morning long on all the oil companies, gas companies, right from the bell. It's a weird thing, too, when you're trading oil in the cash market. It's important to time your trades. Real support on XLE is at $58. The sky's the limit on XLE. This summer or this spring, I called for $100 a gallon on oil, and I was laughed out of the room. I got my timing wrong. I think I posted that in winter of 2021, and I said by summer it would be $100 a gallon, which it wasn't. It got high. I think it got to $70, but it's still close, right? We're gonna get to $100 a gallon or a barrel, not a gallon, a barrel, and it's to be expected. XLE really is at a localized top right now. If you do see XLE cool off at some point, If you can grab XLE at $58, I mean that's the place, right? If you can buy it at 58, good luck. If not, it could just rip higher. There's no real ceiling right now. There's some there's some puts. Yeah, it's $62. This could be an easy short at this point, where it's at right now. But I would expect that XLE is going to green bar it straight to the top in a close today. That's my real take. I think we green bar it straight up to the end of the day today on XLE. Probably tag it out at 62, 63 bucks. We're already at 62 right now. I'm saying things that are already happening. And it is green barring it up right now. Maybe 62, 63. Let's see where the calls are on XLE. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, and everybody's loaded up at 59. So just a heads up, the trade on XLE was at $59, $58. They're going to take profit at some point. Just know that, okay? You've got some late FOMO buyers coming in, hoping for 63. I'm going to expect this is a local. I'm going to propose that this is a localized top for XLE right here. I could be wrong. We might rip higher to like $63, maybe $64. You can check the options chain on this. But this trade started back at $58, so just be conscious of that. This trade, actually, it started at $55 and it's up to $62. Just be careful. It's a 20% move in like 10 days. It's a big move. SPY's ripping right now. So everybody was in puts on SPY today. Looks like the SPY trade was the call trade. I want you to see right here that the sellers keep creeping higher and higher. Sellers are now up to 466.57. I also want you to be aware that, let me take a look at something here and show you guys, or tell you guys where the vol flip is. So it's just so that you know, the volatility trigger is at basically 4,700. It's between 4,700 and 4,714. It's kind of like, hand grenades and horseshoes. If we are able to rip up to 4,700, you will see a Vanna trade. Or I guess you could say if we get above this sell wall that we're moving into right now at 466. 5.3. If we break above this area here, I would take your gains right now at 46656, jump back on the trade above 46682, and then ride it to 4700. You guys all paying attention? This is important stuff for you guys to know. You take this long trade from down below, you take your profit right here at 466.54. Take your money. You wait until we trade above 46682, and then you ride it up. Okay, so you take your profits here. Take your money right now if you're in an FD. You're gonna wait for the move above 46685. Now, there is some money lost in that trade if we break above, but there's usually some sort of grinding here in this area if we're going to trade above here. If you're bearish, you could take the opposite trade here, but we do have buyers consuming sellers. We have the Hero indicator turning very positive right now. You'll probably see this red bar disappear at some point. Remember that FDs are only as good as the move. So if we tap here and start to grind sideways, your FDs will lose value. Be conscious of that. You'll want to pick the FD up once again after we break through resistance. Tesla's now coming into that 1070 level. So I'll check Tesla for you real quick. They are coinciding, right? We're talking about that, both of those tickers coinciding earlier. So we'll look at Tesla and see if it's going to break through. It's a nice pair trade. XLV has found its legs. It's bouncing as well. That'll help fuel the SPY rip through resistance. XLE is ripping. Dish is selling off slightly. What I said earlier about Dish was wait for it to trade down to 33, I think. 33.50 or somewhere in there. If you're going to take a Dish trade, you're looking for 33.74 or so. If you want to follow all those people that are buying Dish calls. XLNX, which we talked about earlier, they're ripping much higher. XLNX, we called out a call play earlier. They are blasting off right now. XLV is blasting off right now. AFRM is making its way back up. Their ultimate price target is somewhere around 92, I believe, $91. That'll be a huge move. Viacom's still selling off. We said earlier to look for a tap below at 33.87. Keep that on your charts so you get an email alert on that. You should see this nice grind right here, right? So you get out of your FDs and you're looking for a break above 4690. If we break above here, you can pick this back up again and you'll make some bank again on FDs. Yeah, QT delayed all-time highs. QT delayed. He did drop a hint. Faraz is correct. He dropped the hint yesterday in the press release. I posted that on Twitter yesterday, and I didn't get a lot of traction on that post. And people need to understand that when he drops those little lines in there, things that he says about his tools are still available, that's the tilt in the hand right there. He can drain the plug. He can put the plug back in, all that kind of stuff. But the moment that the faucet's actually turned off is when you really need to have some real fear. And he's telling you, basically, we can't turn the faucet off. And that's basically what he's saying. And we're trading down this market in the anticipation of the FOMC minutes, where they're talking in the background. They're saying, yeah, we're going to turn off the faucet. Not only are we going to unplug it, the tub, but we're going to turn the faucet off. And that's where the panic selling comes in. But in reality, yesterday he says something completely different. He says, we still have these tools. And when he says that, it is key to hear that. Because if he didn't say that in his prepared remarks, then that means QT is on, right? That means that not only are we pulling the plug in the tub, but we're also going to turn the faucet completely off. And that's where a bear thrives. And so we are starting to break through right now. I do want you to see that. We have way more buyers stepping in. We have a hero indicator that's starting to just build and build and build and build at this point. We are at resistance level. This is a great trade, by the way. Everybody's loaded up on puts, of course. I mean, you could pretty much trade these events and just trade the opposite side of the trade that everybody is on, and it prints almost every single time. This would be the 6th event that we've traded where the opposite trade, the contrarian trade, has printed way better than the trade everybody else is in. It's almost like they're front running it down and then they don't front run it back up. They basically can't lose. And you can see the buyers stepping in mass here. They're buying straight at 466.62. They're ready to crush it. And now if we break through here, the question becomes, if you're a bull, where do we trade to? That's the big question. So if we're able to break through this level right here, we turn this into support at 462. Ask yourself in your mind, say, what are we thinking at this point? Are we thinking that we're going to trade to 500? I don't see that in my mind. Is the trade to 500 because we might have a good ER season? Maybe you trade to 500. Maybe we attempt to trade to 470, 480. So maybe the move here, if we trade above, I would think we trade to 470. We trade sideways. And if we have a good earnings season, we trade up to 478, 480. I think a bull could stomach that. And do we really trade to 500? Probably not. So then you're looking towards, let's say we look towards a 480 trade, or let's say we look towards a 470 trade this week. The Vanna rally trade to 470. We trade down into OPEX. Or maybe it's 478. Maybe we trade to 478. We're down on OPEX to 470. And then we have that one ripper of another day on Thursday of OPEX. I don't know. We're going to see right now. So if you were in FDs, hopefully you took profit here. You were forewarned. Take profit here at 466. And then we're going to pick this trade back up if we can break above. We can break above 466.83. If we can break above 466.83 here, I'll pick this trade back up again. $466.83. Trust me, you pick that long up again, and then what we'll do is we'll trade it up. We'll look for another resistance zone above here at 470. See, this is all ice up here. These are more sellers hiding all the way until you get to 471.27. Then you'll have clear skies above. Anyone that's in those calls that we called out yesterday morning in the SPY, you must be printing fat as interest kicks in around here. Flow Algo has some team calls coming in, TEAM, January 21st, 340C. Lots of interest there. Mara has some calls coming in. Watch out, Quinn. January 14th, 33C. More calls coming in on DKNG. PBR has some calls coming in. MDB, Mike, Delta, Bravo, 470C, expiring on January 21st. BA has some light call activity coming in. BA calls at January 14th, 217.5. But team looks like a trade. It has a high algo score. TEAM, January 21st, 340C. And you're going to wait to pick these calls up until we break above here, okay? If you're an FD trader, day trader like me, you're going to be waiting here on the SPY to break above. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come back on. It's 11:27. Quinn Spitz. VYN. So I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break. Yeah, you guys, I appreciate that comment, Cody. I hope you guys are trading much better than you have been in the past. I hope you guys are knowing where to take your trades, where to get out of your trades. Let's look at Tesla real quick for the Tesla gang, and then I'll look at the Amazon trade because I was having a difficult time. Hey, you're seeing that nice bounce on 1070 up here? We talked about this earlier, right? This resistance at 1070. You guys should have been able to get out of your trades there. You got VWAP down below on Tesla at 1059. You know the real support is below at 1050. What are you trying to break through, right? You guys want to re-pick up a Tesla trade, and we can tell you where that is, right? You want to ride. Let's say you're getting crazy on Tesla and you want to ride it up higher. You got resistance at 1074. You have light resistance above at 1079. Your ultimate price target is still once again this week up at 1100, I believe. It's actually come down slightly. No, it's 1102.57, or excuse me, 1098.35. We'll bring up Amazon real quick. I'm going to cut this feed off at some point. I'm going to come back at the 12 o'clock hour, or make it 12:30. I need an hour. I need to have some lunch. But I'm going to bring up Amazon, and I'm going to try to reset my internet. I'm going to try to reset my computer and Bookmap because I don't want this lagging for you guys. And I want to be able to do this every single day for you guys, make sure that we have accurate information. You guys know where to pick the SPY up, right? I mean, this is, we've talked about this. You guys know that if we break above, I want you to remember, if we break above 466, it looks like 80, 466.83 or so. If this breaks above, you can pick FDs up again, and I'll be back to show you where the resistance above will be. The key is going to be that we need to get above 470. I think Invesco was talking about that down in the comments. I'll be floundering without the help. There's more spoofing on NQ. Yeah, the other thing I'm going to do for you guys is I'm going to buy I have to pay for this. It costs a lot of money, but I'm going to buy the spoofing add-on for Bookmap next, and that will show you where all the fake orders are for sells. So we'll be able to see if there really is true resistance at certain levels. Amazon is just bashing right now, bashing above 3,300. Just ripping through resistance levels above. Thanks for that shadow call. You do have some more resistance above here at 33.15. Light resistance here. If you're able to break above this level here, your next target is going to be 33.50. 33.50. You do have sellers here right now currently on Amazon. You know, it's a nice round number, 3,300. But your next price target on Amazon is 33.50. Know that the bank money is down below in this trade at 3,200. Should I sign off real quick with my WNBC is signing off for lunch? What are FDs? Financial derivatives. I can't call them what they are known as. It is not nice. It's not nice. If I was in a, if I was, I don't actually say those words anymore. I used to say them, and I even said them recently, or not say them, but I would post them, but I don't like saying them anymore. Not nice. It's a vulgar term. Yeah, financial derivative. That's what it really means. Arbitrage. No, not really rejected. We're not really rejected. We're not rejected. This is consolidation. I want you guys to realize that. Let me show you real quick. It's a good question, actually. Chase is saying Bookmap rejected 466. Nothing here is saying rejection. You're seeing buyers overcome sellers on SPY. You're seeing the hero indicator saying that we're longing the market right now. And so what you're going to normally see at this level is you'll see a grind, right? You'll see absorption of sellers. You'll see support be created here at 467, and then you'll see another move higher. So I wouldn't call this rejection. You would want, if you saw rejection, you would see us ricochet, crash up here, and you would see an immediate rejection down. It doesn't take long. It takes like 5 minutes. If you see a hard wall, you'll know it. You'll see us bash into it and an immediate rejection. You'll also see sometimes this red bar will come lower. You'll see it actually swoop down. You'll see a break on the right-hand side here, and you'll see sellers step in force. So right now, I'm not saying that we can't reject here, but right now, this shows that we are absorbing sellers. We're creating a new support level on the SPY. That we did recheck below, and that our move is more than likely higher at this point. Exactly. Absorption. Tell him, T. Crone. This is a safe space. Yeah. So I trade 0 dates, 1 dates, and 3 dates the same ways on the SPY. I'll consider a 0 date option on, like, let's say a stock only has a weekly or a bi-weekly or a monthly option, whatever the closest option that's expiring. They are different. A 0 date option is so many mechanics into it that are different than a 1 or 3 day. I probably should do a better job of saying 1, 0, and 3 or differentiating. But I do mean the closest expiring option. And as you get closer to 0 date itself, the true 0 date, they become even more riskier. I probably need to do a better job of separating those terms. And especially the mechanics on the inside of them, because I know the mechanics of the inside of those trades, but not everybody does. Some of you guys do, but some of you guys don't. So even earlier when I was saying I don't like the price of a SPY 0 date at 80 cents or a dollar, I think it was up to $1.20 at one point. I want to see them down in the 20s, and like if we're 2 days away for like the Wednesday, I really want to see them at like 60, 70 cents. If they're 3-4 days away, no more than $1 or so. I need to do a video on that stuff for you guys. And if I'm on like a 0 date, I'm watching them flex between like 20 cents, 30 cents. They might start at 50 cents, and then they eventually work themselves down to 0 cents at the end of the day on the actual 0 date. So you want to trade inside of that band range, that range that they trade at. Yeah, we're looking like we're breaking through right now. Just a heads up to all of you out there. Major buyers coming in. We are about to, the price we're talking about here is 46681. I want you to watch the price. We're at 46660. You pick this back up in the next 20 cents. Next 9 cents now. We're at 46670. Be conscious of this, okay? I want you to be careful in your timing of trades. You want to see us break above and hold 46681. It's a critical actual number. Not 46677, not 46675, not 46667, whatever. We just broke above now. We're breaking above 46684. We touched for a brief moment 46689. We touched it again. We're now above. So you would pick this trade up at this moment right here. You have clear skies above. We are going to rip much higher, it looks like, at this point. All sellers have been absorbed. We're cranking. We've got 180,000 buyers right here. And let's see if we can break through and hold this right now. It's a critical key moment. Let's see if the sellers have moved above at any point. And we've got a new blue bar above at 479 again. We've seen this before. This is a point here. I want you to be aware that you're going to see short covering begin to start at this point on the SPY. Anywhere from here to 470 will fuel a major Vanna rally. You're talking about, so if we break through, let's say we break through from here to, I'll give you a defined number. You're going to see a short rally from 469.04 we will blast off. We will rip to 478. Shorts are all balls deep in at 470. And the next round of bank shorts are at 475.39 or so. 475.39 is your next key level for squeezes. So if you'll feel some short squeezing today that would rip up into the 470 area, and then if there's more covering happening at 470, you'll see another squeeze up to 475, and that 475 would squeeze us up to probably 478. That is definitely on the table unless some news comes out that we don't know. Congratulations, bulls. Start printing. Print Burr. Make sure you support this. Make sure you support this channel. This is a free sub that I put out there. Costs me a lot of money to make this or to buy this information, pay for these services, pay for you guys to get this information. I come on here live streaming you guys in the morning. I try to live stream with you all day long so I can walk you through your trades. You guys get some great actionable trades from me. We're printing somewhere around 70% of these trades. So please do your part. Please support the channel. If you're a new trader, if you're a poor trader, and you can't support, please like and subscribe. If you are making money or learning how to trade better from this stream, though, please support the channel, but by donating. There's a donate button down in the description box. I also have a donate button at a pinned tweet at the top of @CaptainsAlpha. I want to keep making these videos for you guys. Start thinking about growing this channel. We've got Joe Donut that's help us working on a website. I'm going to ask @Quinn if he can help me with some bots for the Discord that we're building right now. And you guys are not going to have to pay for private services anymore. You guys are not going to have to pay $1,000 a month, $600 a month, $300 a month for classes, private subs, and all that kind of stuff. We'll just do this publicly. We'll do this. Anyone can become a member of this sub. And as this sub grows, we're going to be able to create a community that reminds me of old school Wall Street Bets days. I was an old school Wall Street Bets member from the beginning. Wall Street Bets went out the door. And if you guys want to have some kind of a group like that, some kind of a trading group where we're all helping each other make money, that's positive. We're not snarky. We're not behind the scenes putting out bullshit that nobody can understand, that they're actionable trades where you're actually making money. You're paying your bills. You're paying into a retirement for yourself. You're winning as a retail trader against the banks that are out there. Here we go, guys. Make money. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. You guys are all making money around here. I like that. And you see SPY ripping higher now at this point. We know that they can't turn the money supply off. We know that we traded the market down. And I still think we have tail risks on the menu here. I still think we trade down after ER. I think we find a bottom this year. I think we find a bottom between now and March, right? We do sell off this market. We start over. Maybe we only make 6%. Maybe we have reasonable gains. And then you hedge. You're going to end up hedging this market at some point with me. We're going to do this together for that tail risk. If you're a bear out there, why would you not hedge this market and not lose all your money? If you're a bull, why would you not hedge this market and not lose all your money? And if you're a bear and a bull, we can trade both sides of this trade together. I'll turn all of you guys into traders, investors that can take both sides of the investment. You guys can know when to buy the bottoms, know when to sell the tops when the banks do, and make money. Because that's really, at the end of the day, all that matters. All the bullshit you hear on social media, all the shit that you hear on Twitter, all the shit that you hear in Wall Street Bets and everywhere else, right? Everyone sounds smart, but they don't tell you what's in their bank account. And the real thing that matters at the end of the day is it matters that you can pay for your lights to be on, that you can pay for your mortgage, that you can pay for your car, you can pay for your kids' shit, you can take your girlfriend out for a date, your boyfriend out for a date. All that stuff is all that matters. You know, that guy that you see on Twitter that's giving you some kind of crystal ball to look at but doesn't give you an answer as to how the market's going to actually trade, that guy doesn't pay for your shit. Only you do, right? So you need to have the answers and the actionable intelligence that you need to make those trades for yourself. At the end of the day, you laugh at that guy. That's what I do. When I see those guys on Twitter, that's what I do. I laugh my ass off at those guys because those guys aren't telling you where we're going or what's going to happen. It's insane. I don't know. I got a real bone to pick about this stuff. Because at the end of the day, it ends up burning my account. And my account is most important to me, and your account is most important to you. You're welcome, Will. No problem. Thank you, BTCCK. BTCCK. Okay. Yeah, the Trust Me Bros. The Trust Me Bros. The bros that are, then I like the smart guys out there that post the cryptic messages, but they don't tell you what it means. And so then I go down this rabbit hole. I got Joe Donut and I the other day. I shared a document with Joe Donut with him the other day, and it was nothing but big words, complicated statements, but it doesn't tell you what it means. Like, what is the actionable intelligence from this paper that I'm reading right now? So I have to go down this rabbit hole, figure it all out, find out how to make this trade, find out how to protect myself, and then find out which way we're actually going, right? And I hear that too much. I hear it all the time out there. And here we go. We're trading much higher now in the SPY. The SPY is just effing ripping. Pick that trade back up after we break through resistance. You guys should be printing you guys should be print right now. And that, you want to talk about a complicated trade. We took it from the bottom. We hit resistance, get out of the trade, jump back in, and start printing once again. How do you say burr? I want you to look back now on this trade. Right back here, you've got 466.78 is the support. It's not showing it here, but you will have some form of support somewhere down here at this 4668, right? So if you see a bounce come down here, you're still going to be looking to take this trade long. I want you to also pay attention. There is some slight SPY puts coming in, $65,000, 112, 465p. Someone's going to be looking for a bounce or for the rip to stop at some point. For a little bit of a rest down below. Remember that number, 466.87. Your next price target above is going to be 469.05. So take your money right now and run. Wait for a slight dip, and then run this back up again to 469. Burr, baby. If you aren't in a trade right now in the SPY and you're looking for a place to take the bounce, you're going to be looking for a bounce at 466.77, 466.55, somewhere in there. If you see us come back down, you'll see another. You should be looking for another bounce in that area. I've got another level here that's traditional charting. That's at 466.92. Pay attention to that one too. AFRM's topping out a little bit at 82.58. We might get a little bit of a breather here. You've got some MGM calls coming in. Someone was liking MGM. MGM, March 18th, 45C. Has a high algo score. MGM, March 18th, 45C. That's $300,000. Nike has some calls coming in. January 14th, 152.5C. I think someone mentioned BKKT. They've got January 14th, 7C. We have TOL, So it's Tango, Oscar, Lima. January 14th, 66C. Somebody's trading $250,000 on a $66 stock. Look that one up. It says both Ford and Facebook popping off. Just read that on Flow Algo. Keep an eye on those two, I guess. You're seeing a bounce here right on that 466.96. So I can go back here real quick. Let's go back and see where that support was built at. So we're looking back here at 466.79. SPY now has a resting bitch face. No offense. Resting bastard face, maybe. Your VWAP on SPY. Let's take a look at VWAP real quick. Day traders like trading the VWAP. People make fun of the VWAP, but I'll let you know that it is respected by day traders. 464.59. Let's call that the BTFD. So if your buy the dip is right now in 466.97, your buy the fucking dip is at 464.59. So you could take on some calls here and then average down somewhere around this 46459. If you're completely risk adverse, you want to wait for your next trade, you're gonna probably dip below this VWAP. Some traders like to buy the bottom of not just the bottom or the tag of a VWAP. They like to buy below the VWAP slightly. Of all the indicators that are out there, if you're a day trader, if you guys watch VWAP, it's consistent in day trade, and it's not consistent 100% of the time, but it's paid attention to by a lot of day traders out there. I used to trade the EMAs, the simple moving averages, in conjunction with VWAP, and now I just use Bookmap. But if you're not using Bookmap and you're looking for something to trade on, the simple moving averages and tied in with a VWAP is, people ask me all the time, like, do you use RSI? Do you use this? Do you use that? And I don't. And when I did use candlestick charts for trading, I used VWAP against some simple moving averages. It works like 60% of the time, 70% of the time. The thing that always would get me, though, would be the under the surface moves that were on Bookmap. Today's a prime example, right? How many of you guys out there, we would have had that second bounce today, would have thought to yourself, we're selling down at this moment? Because I probably would have. If it was me trading without the under the surface stuff, I would have been like, nope, fuck this, we're selling down to 450. So when you start to layer all this stuff, it does give a better picture of where we're actually going. Yeah. Yeah, Invesco is saying VWAP is a good tool with up to. I use 2 standard deviations, but I like 3 better. 3 is that slip below. You should expect 2 standard deviations, but then a risk adverse trader will look for the 3rd standard deviation for the big trades. Once you break through that 3rd one, or into that 3rd one, that's the big trade, usually. Yeah, I use volume profile every day. I use market profile. So I start with, what I do is every day, this is how I start my day. I start with traditional charting methods. I chart the year. Well, I leave that right now, but you chart the year, you chart yourself the months, the weeks, then you chart the day, And then you chart yourself setups. Chart yourself bull flags, bear flags, any of these basic setups, right? And there's a bunch of them. There's a whole, you get yourself a chart and chart all that stuff out. Then you go and you look at the volume and the market profile. You layer that in. That's your second layer. You want to see where the risk is and where the potential is for the market to move, up or down, right? Then I move from that and I go into spot gamma and I look at the volatility levels, the gamma levels. And then on the day of day trading, I'm looking at Bookmap and I'm looking at the options flow. So now I'm looking at the equity dome, right? I'm looking at the equity flow. I'm looking at where the buyers and sellers really are in real time. And then I'm combining all that information against options flow activity and then resulting in, hey, we should take this long or hey, we should take this short. And does it fail? It fails probably 10% of the time. Sometimes 30% if there's some real wackiness going on, but there's usually a way to get out or unfuck yourself at that point. But like 90% of the time, you can usually find a trade that's going to print for you. Yeah, day trade and the 3-bar strategy is outstanding. I love the 3-bar trade. Love it. And I use those in my due diligence. I use that information. And that's an aside. Outside of using those different charts, then you've got due diligence. And that's completely separate. And that includes classic due diligence like Jason is bringing up. Was that Jason that said that? And that's like the 3-bar plays. You start to look at the things that normal traders do. You look at the Elliott wave theory, right? You look at what Elliott wave, because people trade Elliott wave, you have to anticipate that. You look at what's the other one? I'm having a problem remembering all these different trading systems. But I'll look up different trading systems. I'll look up the market sentiment. I'll look up the trader sentiment. I'll look up expected economic news. And that's all DD stuff, right? What are the Elliott wave guys expecting? Sometimes there's a support level or resistance level that's not showing on Bookmap. And that's due to active trading firms and active traders that use other systems. So you add all that other shit into it, right? Yeah, dude, fib extension levels. People trade fib extension levels even if support and resistance isn't showing in Bookmap. If you're not like that ice, the stuff that you can't see, these blue and white lines here, these are traders that are using Fibonacci extensions, Fibonacci regression channels. So you'll see other traders that are trading other things, and you have to account for that in your trading plan as well. And so it's very layered. It's like 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Then you're doing all this other shit in the background, this due diligence stuff. You're doing all this other stuff about market sentiment. You're doing all this stuff with known news. You're doing all this stuff with it's just never ending, right? ER reports that are coming out. Where are we overall on the chart, right? Are we in an accumulation phase on a stock? Are the banks moving a stock right now? Are we trying to catch knives? You have to have all these assumptions going into from the beginning to the end result of where are we buying. All right, I'm going to take a lunch. Do you guys want me to leave anything on right now? Do you guys just want the SPY on? I'm going to take a lunch. I'm going to leave this running. It seems like it's running pretty good. I'm going to mute my voice. I'm going to turn my face off here for a little bit. I'm going to go grab a sandwich, and I'll be back with you guys later on this afternoon. Yeah, fibs are dumb. Captain made me $9,000 today. Woo! Hell's yes, Joey. I'll leave the SPY up because it is the market, okay? Realize that it is the market. Realize that we're creating a support level here at 466. Vishal is letting you know that the VIX is crashing. We'll talk about that We'll talk about the risk that's involved in tomorrow's market before the end of the day today. Chase is bringing up a good point about the CPI numbers. For at least for some localized volatility, maybe a little bit of pullback. Why don't you guys? It's funny. Like it's not that these. It's funny. Like Elliott Wave, I like it. I like it for the general direction, but it's hard to trade Elliott Wave. But you use it as a tool. It's one small tool in your box that other people are trading. So you're looking for those reactions from those traders out there. From their hedge funds that just solely rely upon Elliott Wave. There are programs, software programs that trade Elliott Wave. So you have to respect that stuff. But when it comes down to the minutia, the fine detail, it doesn't really lend itself. And fib levels, same thing, right? We can always come back and say, look, we hit that fib level. But it's better to use it as a tool than your main source of your trading. Your actual, I'm buying or selling this position right now. Can't just rely upon that one tool in the background. That's what I think too, Doughboy. They padded the hot CPI number today with the tools and flexibility. So Doughboy Capital is pretty much hitting the nail on the head, in my view as well, that we're going to get the hot CPI number tomorrow. But the key is when they say tools, when they say that shit, I'm telling you, when they say we got tools, the fucking faucet's still on. I mean, these bastards, no offense. I mean, I'm a bull, but I got to tell you, these guys are scamming. That's what they're doing. It's a scam. It's a scam. If they say they got their tools, they're doing that to soften a blow to the market. They know that, today, if the Fed had come out today and said, the tools are going away, right? We're going to let this market run hot. We're going to let this market do its thing without any intervention from the Fed. We would be down to the pits of hell this morning. Pits of hell. Oh, Chase, you want to see the levels, Chase? I can show you guys. Wait a minute. I can show you guys real levels if you ever want to see on Bookmap. I'll show you right now so you guys can see. So you've got a new support you've got a support at 462. You have support at 459, let's say, and 459, right? We can scroll lower though. You guys really want to see low? I'll show you guys some wild numbers. 455, you've got a level. $450, $459, $447. Show you guys some wild numbers. Got kind of a free fall down below 447, right? So 447 is kind of sell the market. I'll go real deep into this if you want. 439, you've got a support level. You guys can mark these right on your charts. You can pause this broadcast, come back to it. 429. You guys say we can't go this low. I'll show you some banks that think we are. So you see that 439 seems like a localized major support. You guys have people telling you on YouTube videos you watch where support is deep down in the chart. I'll show you where the real support is. Way down here. You got minor support down at 433.50. You want to see where Bookmap shows? I'll show you where Bookmap shows. 430. 426 is another mark for you to remember. You want to see where the buy the dippers are? The real deep buy the dippers? 426, you want to see where it's at 400? I can show you all the way down to 150 if you want. Someday when we're not in market, I'll show you guys these numbers. See another mark down here, 413.38. The dome is super cool. You can see all kinds of cool shit in this. Now how everybody's out there talking 406? How about 408? Has anybody told you about 408? 410? Pretty cool, huh? All right, so we're not going to get this crazy anymore. Show some bear porn out there. You guys want some bear porn? Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that Stop Run City makes a good point. For what it's worth, the Smarter Money Bonds doesn't seem impressed with Powell's apparent dovish tilt. I agree with that. I think what they're saying is what I don't really like Mike Wilson on MS from Morgan Stanley, but Mike Wilson made a good point yesterday. You should all watch that video. I don't typically recommend watching CNBC stuff, but Mike Wilson's point was we're going to take a pause here in the market. This is I'm saying this sarcastically, but Mike Wilson saying yesterday, we're going to pause the sell-off. We're going to take our profit from the ERs, and then we'll resume the sell down, and don't expect more than another, I think he said something stupid like 1%. I think you can expect probably 5 to 10% down move between now and March. And then you just tail risk cover, which Markets and Mayhem makes a great point on, which is you cover your ass on those on those tail risk events that we trade down to 150, 250, 350, 400. And I'll show you guys. We'll make a video or do a live stream outside of regular market hours. We'll get like 150 of you guys or 200 of you guys in here, and I'll show you this trade, how to place this trade. I'll show you guys how to protect against that sell the world event. All right. So I'll be back after lunch. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Let me see. And I'll be back. Please like, subscribe. If you can, please donate to this channel so that we can improve it. We can expand it. We guys put some training classes out there for you guys. And I don't know what else to say. Hope you guys are happy out there. I'm going to get some lunch. I'm starving. I didn't eat any breakfast this morning. I have to feed myself. Nobody loves me. I live with a bunch of women. They don't love me. They don't take care of me. I have to take care of myself. Look at that beautiful thing. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Smash. Just a huge smash. Keep your eyes on the buyer-seller list here. We have lots of calls coming in probably for next week or so, Friday or Monday. And then you do want to check to see if we get any weakness in here as people take a lunch. All right. And I expect us to burr higher. I mean, we've got 480 is on the table. You can see it up here. 479. That's the price target right now. You can see sellers forming above. I just saw your email there, Invesco. I'm going to check my DMs right now. Just one more note out there, too. I am looking for some help on the Discord. I'm looking for moderators that day trade equities in the cash market. Let me rephrase that. I'm looking for help with futures, Globex traders that want to lead a Discord channel for a trading room for Globex and futures. I'm looking for some moderators on trading options and cash markets on equities. I'm also looking for moderators on crypto. I'm looking for a moderator on investing, stock buying and selling. And this includes bulls and bears. It doesn't matter which side of the trade you're on. But if any of you guys are interested in taking those leadership roles so that those rooms stay kind of clean, there'll also be a daily discussion channel. So if you're a new trader, it's a place for you to learn how to trade. It's a place for you to openly discuss where to buy, where to sell, those kind of things. All these concepts that we talk about here, when to take a trade, when not to take a trade. So if any of you guys are interested in that stuff, let me know. So we can keep a nice, clean trading rooms, and then we can have a nice discussion room as to discussing what we talk about, discussing where we are in the market, that kind of stuff. There should be, I think it's 4 or 5 channels. There's a daily discussion thread. It's similar to Wall Street Bets, just be a main thread that everybody talks in. There'll be an actual trading thread for Globex and Forex markets. There'll be a thread for cash market options traders, a thread for stock investors and sellers, buyers and sellers, and then a thread for crypto. And I won't make I was going to do a retail favorite stock thread, but I'm not sure if I should yet. Maybe that would be like meme stocks, speculative growth stocks, all the other stuff. Maybe we'll do another channel for that. Let me know if you guys can DM me on @CaptainsAlpha about that, and we can chat about it, and I can have you check out the Discord right now and see what you like and dislike. I'll be back. Yeah, the responsibilities for the mods is pretty basic. It's not even really. We're not going to be too militant about it. It's mostly want to keep mod responsibilities are pretty simple. You want to make sure that people aren't assholes. You want people to have some sanity of respect with each other. You know, you take your Main Street hat off at the door. You put your trader hat on, right? You take your Main Street hat off at the door. You put your Wall Street hat on in this sub. We can do a not safe for work sub or a channel if people really want something like that. But the shit posting too is fine as long as it's, you know, not nasty or whatever. You know, you guys know what I mean. But the real mod, I really want to make sure that the live trading channels are kept clean, right? That there's a direction that everybody wants to go in, that we're all trading the same stuff. You guys all out there should know that some of the best traders, they keep it simple. They trade the SPY, they trade the VIX, or Spider product. They'll trade ES, they'll trade SPX. That's how they make their money. And then you go off and learn individual tickers. It could be anything. It could be Apple, it could be Tesla. You pick it, right? If it's BA, Disney, whatever it is. And then you branch off into speculative growth stocks, you branch off into meme stocks, that kind of stuff. But you start with a base on a very liquid stock that's out there, or a derivative, or very liquid product like Spider, like a Spider index, and then you branch off into IWM, the Qs, individual tickers, that kind of stuff. And you kind of want to build the sub around that. And the mods just kind of need to keep it clean, make sure that the real traders are getting their space to trade, that traders that are learning from these guys can go in there and trade with them once they feel confident, and that new traders have a safe space to discuss trading in a daily thread and stuff like that. I don't need someone in there trading day in, day out, but I know that there are people that like to trade in Discord, so I want them to have a space to trade in that Discord. I've traded in Discord trading rooms, and the good ones, usually there's a space available for those traders to just trade. And then there's a space available for a new trader to be like, hey, I'm thinking about buying the SPY here, but should I or shouldn't I? And that's really regulated to a different trading channel. You want like a daily discussion thread for that kind of talk. You have like active traders. Maybe I'm not wording this right. You have like active trading channels that are actively trading, and then you have another channel where you're bouncing the idea, hey, should I buy this SPY bottom or this ES bottom or whatever, right? I don't think I'm using the right words for this. But I'll bring this closer down on a better time frame for any of you guys that are looking for what's happening underneath the surface here. I'll bring this a little bit lower for you guys. That's your VWAP right here. And I'll be back. Hey, everybody. Any guys out there still listening right now? I'm still here. So I want to talk to you guys about where we are at this moment right now in the market. A little bit of consolidation that was going on. We saw that little relief valve back at 11:45, and you've got 1-2 bounces here. This is a day trader's paradise. This is that 3-bar problem that people are talking about. I'm on a 5-minute chart right now, but I'm assuming that if you look on a 15-minute chart, you got 1, 2, and 3 just about to happen here, okay? It's kind of like a do or die moment. And if you actually look at a 1-minute chart, there's one bounce back at 11:49. There's another bounce right now at 12:29. And you have another bounce right here at 13:07, at 1:07 this afternoon. It's kind of like a do or die moment here for the SPY. It's 1:18 in the afternoon. I think we're going to rip up now into that 469.05 area. There are a bunch of people in on calls at 97 cents, 98 cents on calls. Everyone's switched from the put side to the call side. So where do we go? Now they're $1.05. Now they're $1.06. And we are heading up. That's 10% right away, right? Almost 10%. And we're gonna start ripping up. If we were to tag, let's say, my price target here is somewhere around 469. So if we tag up to 469, that should be a 50% profit on some FDs. Well, we can't call them FDs. They expire on January 12th. So you're going to look for a tag to 140 or so, maybe even 130. So just give it a second here. We're going to see it. We're bouncing right now on some key support. We have more buyers than sellers. Hero indicators off the chart. If you wanted to take a quick, fast trade, we've got an hour before we start to sell down once more for a rip into close. That would be the expectation at this point. The reason that I'm bringing that up to you is this, okay, is that when we opened up this morning, we knew we had a do or die situation. We had a moment where we knew we would trade up or we knew that we would trade down. We knew that if the wrong information came out, that our viewpoint is bearish. So I want you to realize that even if we trade back slightly, that the viewpoint is that we are long at this moment, okay, at this juncture. Every time we create a support level, we might trade back, but we are still heading higher. And we've spent the last 2 hours consolidating. We've spent the last 2 hours with buyers absorbing sellers. We spent the last 2 hours buying calls. And you're going to see a rip higher at this point. Now, that 470 we might not hit. We may hit 470 today. I don't think we hit 470 until the bell. But right now, in this intraday moment, I would expect us to trade up higher and try to tag that 469, then maybe trade back. And you see that we're ripping higher right now at this moment. There's a little bit of a delay here in my broadcast, but I'm coming on to you live right now because we are at a critical juncture. And those calls that were 97 cents just a moment ago, they're now up to $1.12. So we've slammed past 10%. It's a quick 2-minute play for a fast 10%. You can't make that in a year on a bank, right? You make like 5% maybe in an entire year. We're tagging 468.27, and my price target is 469.05. That is the beginning of real volatility. Okay, so expect to see a bounce or a ricochet, or even though it isn't showing it on Bookmap right now, you're going to expect some kind of volatility there. You're going to expect retail traders. You're going to expect small offices. And you can actually see it forming right now. If you guys are looking at me live on YouTube, you'll see it's sneaky. You'll see right here a little bit of sellers down below at 469.87. You see this above here, 470. This will be localized resistance as we trade higher. So you can take that trade probably to 469 safely, and then you'll look for a little bit more of a rejection. You'll see more sellers above at 472.90. So you'll see some trouble above here. But once we break above this zone, you're going to see that Vanna rally continue on. And think back to that, okay? I want you to think back to this morning when we were opening that we were looking for a nod from the Fed and from are we going higher or are we going lower? I don't want you to think about, hey, are we going to go to 500? Because we're not. We all know we're not. But a bull will take a chance here at this moment and think about us trading higher. Okay? That's their plan. The bulls are loading up. They think that they can take this to probably 470. I would say 480 is the the far out call wall, and then let's say that's the ultimate gamma. I forget what it's called, but it's like an ultimate gamma strike. Probably 478 would be like an Adam Mancini on Twitter is going to tell you we're going to 478. So yeah, we might get there, but 475 is a reasonable strike. So maybe you look at 475 for 2 weeks out or a week out. You know that we're going to have some weakness heading into next Thursday, or I think is it not next Thursday? You'll see some weakness by the opening of the 20th. So we probably have 3 to 4 days to get to 475. Then we sell down into the 20th on Thursday. And then we have our face ripper on Thursday. At the end of the day, we trade sideways into Friday. That would be the expectation at this point. Unless you have some news out there, that's all I can tell you, is that you're looking to tag like 469 by close, possibly 470 by close, or we even trade sideways and we just gap up into tomorrow. Would not shock me at all. So if you're getting eaten up by holding calls right now, let's say you bought calls right at 466 around 12 o'clock, and they're losing value slightly, I would hold on to those calls. Hold them with a grip. You can even average into these calls. You can let's say you've got $1,000. We'll use $1,000 as an average, and let's say you buy your initial buy-in here, waiting for this rip is that you spend 30% on that rip, right? You average down another $100, 2, 3, 4 times. You save the last bit of your gunpowder, your last bit of $500 for moments like right now into the 3 o'clock hour, or you save that last bit of gunpowder for the 3 o'clock hour, because you'll probably find one more dip happening later on this afternoon. You have to like layer this stuff, right, for your risk tolerance, that we trade up into the 470 by close. You guys can assume, at this point, you can assume that we trade up to at least 469, if not 470 by the bell. Guaranteed. That doesn't mean we don't trade down at some point at 3 o'clock. Doesn't mean that we don't have that brief moment at 3:15 where we have that one quick dip so the banks can get in to maximize profits. But you can expect that at this point. You are seeing some sellers right now that just stepped in right here at 469.73. That's where the anticipation is. There's some more heavy sellers at 472.76 above. You can write that one in. You know that this volatility zone right here is going to be tough to get through. You want to know how we get through this zone above? You want to know how we get through 469, 460? You want to know how we get through this area? I'll tell you. It's the same way that we traded down on Monday. You take it up to this level into the Monday close or into the Tuesday close, and you let the futures crowd do it for you. They'll break past the sellers that are hiding above here, this volatility zone. What they'll do is they'll take it over for you tomorrow. So we just slammed into 468.38. We'll look at it even more closely here and see what you can see. We have major buyers stepping in, 2.7 million to 2.465 million. Here indicators off the effing charts, right? You can see we have some volatility right where we are right now, but let's look at the reality of it. We know that we can get to 469 by the bell. We know that we can probably get to 469.963 by the bell. We know where the real sellers are here, right? And as a matter of fact, you just saw them disappear. They just disappeared live. You've got this brief. Let me take a look at this. 468.30. What do you call this? Custer's last stand. 468.32. You see some sellers here. 468.32. They're like, nope. You're not going to trade this up to 470. Well, I promise you, but not promise. I'm going to give you like a 60% chance to 80% chance that between now and the bell, you're going to see us trade up, rip up into that close, and then you're going to see futures throw it above for the look above. And why do we do that? Well, we didn't trade down today at the open, did we? At 10 a.m., we didn't trade down, did we? So you know that the market wants to have a look above volatility. They want to have a look above and see if the market wants to take it higher. And they're going to make that look above. They're going to do that look above in cash market. And if cash market can't do it, they're going to do it in the after hours, in the overnight. They'll put it above. They'll place it there for the Wednesday open. So you get there Wednesday open, and now you're above at 470, and they're going to say, okay, let's see if the banks want to buy more calls and expand the gamma, positive gamma, higher to 470 or 480. Excuse me, from 470 to 478 or 480, or even higher to 500. That's what they're going to do. And if no one buys calls tomorrow, then we know we have to go lower, right? That there's always like, we're looking below to see if we need to go lower. We're looking above to see if we need to go higher. We know this morning that we did not go below. We know that we were looking for an event, a known event. J-Pow, are you telling us that the money flow is off or not? And he said no. Do I think that that's temporary? Probably. But the market doesn't give a flying F about that. Market wants to know a direction. Market wants to figure out a direction. And the market knows that until we go above 470 or 472, that it has to take us there at some point. Whether we want to go there or not, they're going to look above. You guys understand or agree with all this or disagree with all this?
I agree with all this.
And we just made a beautiful move above here. You're probably going to see, and I'm watching right now, ready? Where this just all came in at 1 o'clock, 108. QQQ, 386 calls, couple racks, $127,000. SQ, January 21st, $171,000. FXI, 185 grand on a $39 call. INTC at $60. $800,000 on INTC trading to $60 on January 19th. IWM, 217, 66 grand. SPY, $72,000, January 21st. Piton, February 25th, 50C. QQQs, 386 on January 12th. SPY, January 12th. You know, when you start to see this stuff, January 12th, 468C. QQQs, 385C for another $123,000. SPY, January 12th, 470C for $57,000. The key when you're looking at this stuff is, I want you guys to understand that we looked below. If we were trading down below today at 10 a.m., right, I would tell you the inverse. I would say, start buying some puts. We're going to explore lower levels. We're going to see if that's where we're headed. Right now, the way things are in the market, we're going to start exploring higher levels. So when you see a dip, you should start buying that dip. I want you guys to see. Remember earlier we had this sell wall that was here. It's been wrecked at this point. If you guys are afraid of taking FDs, you can make those calls for a week out, 2 weeks out, and just make 10 or 20%, right? You see a little bit of this sell wall. It just came in at 473. That makes sense, right? We're going to break through all of this ice above here and start looking above. You can see it forming up at 478. Here we go. This is new, right? This just started. Not 470, it's 472. So this is like a bear's last stand. They're going to stay there and they're going to say to you, okay, fuck it. 472, you're breaking just above volatility. I'm going to be waiting to knock you down. You've got more call buyers stepping in. Remember how light blue this was? We didn't even have an 480 call level earlier this week when we were selling off. That just disappeared. You're starting to see it reform again. It's showing you where the call wall is. It's at 480. You guys can even just enter spreads. If you guys don't want to lose your money, or if you're like, shit, I don't know how to time off an FD, we talked about this yesterday, right? Buy yourself some call spreads that are in the money, that are safe. You can have a viewpoint on when to expire them. You could expire them on Monday because everybody's in calls to Friday. You could do it one more day so it actually goes there. You could even put that call spread at 468 right now. Have them expire on OPEX day, right on that Friday of OPEX. If we're going to trade down below 468 or 465 on OPEX, I think you're smoking crack. I really do. Maybe we trade down there on the Thursday of OPEX, but I doubt on the Friday that we're still there, or I doubt that at the end of the day on Thursday that we're still at 465. Maybe you only make 10%. That's 10% more than you would have made trading FDs if you don't know how to time them. So that's all I want you guys to know out there. I want you guys to see where we actually are in the market. I want you guys to think about if there is a dip, how you roll. When I tell you guys, you know, when do you stop your trade? When do you add to your trade? When do you roll your trade? The perspective on the market right now, until we hear something different, is bullish. Is it bullish though to 500? Fuck no. But it is bullish for a day trader. It's bullish for a swing trader to say, hey, we're probably going to go up to 470, possibly 475. There's no way we're going to 478 and 480, but I'm going to at least enter into some calls that are short dated into Friday for that to happen. Now, you do have smart money below at 462. You know, if you have a risk averse kind of person, and you're like, hey, I missed the ride, and I really want to enter some long calls, but I can't at this point. Sure, VWAP's down here at 460 or 465.25. And then you've got real money down below waiting for a dip at 462, I believe. Let's take a look at that and see where it's at. Right here, 462. So you could wait for that as well. But to think at any point while we're trading today live would be to think that we're not going to 469 or 470 today is just pure insano. To have a bearish outlook right now, at least for the rest of the week, is insano. You're going against the grain. You know that last week on Thursday I was very ultra bearish, right? I'm telling you we're trading down. We're definitely trading down. I said, oh, Friday is going to be the day. It ended up being Monday. But we knew that we're selling the market. We knew that we're in a bearish context. Right now, we're not in that bearish context, okay? So structure your trades appropriately, enter into some trades, and know that before the end of the day that it's going to get pumped up. You're at 273 buyers versus 250 on the sell side. You've got people just loading the tits on calls. They're probably dated just for Friday, but that doesn't matter. You only have to run it up from now into the close. You only have to worry about, if you're in a call spread, you know, what are you waiting for? Buy a call spread that expires tomorrow. Do I think that we sell down tomorrow? We ricochet off 470 tomorrow? I doubt it. I think that they try to push it up into at least a base of 470. They're going to give the look above to see if the bulls really want to take this north. If they don't want to take this north and we start to trade sideways down, we will. Well, let's say we break through 470. We don't quite get to 475, and then we just start trading sideways all the way into the Thursday before OPEX. We trade down that day, and then all of a sudden it's a ripper to bring us back into where the spreads are for the big banks. But if you guys want to capture us in the end of the day, take it long. That's all I got. I'm going to get off here for a minute. So I want you guys to just be aware, right? You have a bunch of ice in here. This is to be expected, right? You've got a little bit of resistance here at 469.72. So I'd be conscious of that. And then I'm gonna look for the overnight to push us above this. I'm gonna give you guys a target, okay? Unless this changes between the end of today and tomorrow, I would look for an open tomorrow at 473. This could move. This could move down, move higher, depending on where we lay. If we end up trading back down to 462, maybe we trade higher above later on, or if we hit the VWAP or something. There's a lot of unknowns here. But let's say if we close today at this moment, I would expect a gap up to 473.32. And this will play out as we get closer to the close today. But I'm going to expect 469.03, maybe even 470 into the close. And then I would expect, believe it or not, a look above for the open tomorrow. I'm going to chime in right here. You see the thickness of that support. A little bit of ice above at 468.74. You see, though, here that the resistance is weakening. You see how thick here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I think I missed the pin by 1 penny. We'll look closer again, okay? It was right up here is where it reached. Right here, a little tiny resistance. But we're gonna look at even above and see where some 469.76. Yeah, it's somewhere up here. We got some clear skies above, and you guys know the weird shit that happens in the market, right? You end up seeing that last little push in the 2 o'clock. Remember, it's 1:51. We've only got 9 minutes left. So you got this one little bit right here. Maybe you take your winnings right now. You get out. You wait for that 2 o'clock hour that we trade down. Sometimes we trade high at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Sometimes they do move it. There is that slight possibility. But then you're looking for that, like, we're all going to get together at 3 p.m. We're going to wait for that sexy little double dip or triple dip. And then you ride that shit home to mama, right? So it's all the risk that you want to put on. Buy yourself some in-the-money calls. Buy yourself some in-the-money calls that expire Friday. Buy yourself some, you can add to them later. Buy yourself some spreads, whatever you need to do. If you want to wait until like 3:15 or 3:05, or if you want to wait to 2 o'clock, it's all it depends on your risk. You know, if you think we're going to trade back a little bit, I think that's possible, easily possible between now and 3 p.m. And then you grab the spreads, right? One of my favorite things to do is to grab spreads right before the bell or at the 3 o'clock hour. And because there's that moment there where they're cheap and they print heavily into the next day, right? Buy some Friday spreads. Don't have to deal with any of that burning of options. The next question you guys have to ask yourself is, where is OPEX on Friday? Where do the banks think we're going to be on Friday? Right, we've traded down. So we went high to 480. We traded down to 1.457. And if you look at our larger chart for like 3 months out, we're probably going to wind up back at 465, 470 at some point by Friday. And so we swung down. Maybe we swing higher and we swing right back down to this 460. I bet you by the time we get to OPEX, that it would be easy to have it in the money spread. That it'll come right back into this zone, right where we are. Like not too far off from where we are. You'll probably see us wind up on OPEX this month. Unless you think we're going lower. It's possible that we wind up at 460 on OPEX. It's definitely possible. I can't say that it's not possible we end up at 460, but we all have to take risk, right? That's the thing. You got to see what your viewpoint is on where we wind up at OPEX. OPEX is important. It matters. They have a lot riding on where we are at OPEX. And I bet there's some people out there that think, I would think that the implied OPEX close is probably 468. Maybe it's at 456, but January tends to be a positive month. You have banks accumulating for the year. If I had to take a gander at it, a shotgun gander, I would say that 465 is the lowest we will be at OPEX, and the highest is 475. So right here, below 470, not unreasonable to see. At least on the Thursday of OPEX, I would give that a 80% chance that we'll see that the Thursday of OPEX. Unless there's something we don't know. What is with the drop? These are day traders. Day traders are trading the SPY right now. It's the most liquid ETF stock. Well, it's not a stock, but if you had a stock, an ETF, if you had a spider, it's people placing trades that last 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 45 minutes. Well, I shouldn't say an hour. Most traders trade 15-minute time frames, 45-minute time frames, It depends if you're trading a 1 minute chart or a 15-minute chart or that's the 3-bar rule, right? Or 3 taps. So if you're trading a 1 minute chart right now on SPY, if you put the SPY on a 1 minute chart, just for yourself to look and see, right? You've got one test at 11:49. You have a second test at 12:28. You have a third test at 13:07, at 1:07 in the afternoon. No break below it at 1:07 in the afternoon. Do you know what that tells a day trader? Take that long and ride it up. They wrote it up from 467.01 to 468.57. That's 150% rip right there. And now you're hoping, or you're not hoping, but you're talking to yourself saying, well, where do we go, right? We're probably going to go to 470 at the close, or close to it, 469. And I want to get a better positioning. So as a day trader, you're thinking to yourself 2 things. Do I put some risk on just in case we just trade straight there into the close? Or do I, am I risk averse of and hope that we can trade down to 467.65? Real greed would be at 466.92. And if let me look at a better chart here. If you're really begging and hoping for a steal trade, if you're we might trade down right into the bell, and then we'll rip higher into Monday or into tomorrow. That's possible too. But if you really wanted a really cheap deal, it's probably at 465.90. If you're a day trader trading just straight charts, you're hoping that we trade down from here. But you can miss this easily because the entire market right now knows we're heading higher. And that's the problem in these situations. Like you trade really well when no one's expecting something. If you become a good trader like that, you can catch those moves. But if the entire market then knows that you're trading higher over time, they just start piling in. You know, they're just loading the fuck up. It doesn't matter. You just got to grab any kind of dip you can get. I'll post this right now on Twitter so you can see where the buy the dip zones are heading into the close. That you hope that the entire market's doesn't already know, because I'll tell you right now, even the dumbest traders out there that have any time in this market know we're heading higher. They all do. Any kind of consolidation is leading to us ripping to 469. Anybody knows that futures is going to try to put us over to see if we're trading higher. You can actually see us ripping at this moment in this podcast. So you might not get that opportunity. I'll tell you where you could possibly catch a cheaper trade, but I doubt it because of where we are. Market's telling you we're going up to look to see. And I don't believe we're going to 500 right now. But you know that the market thinks we can go higher. And you know the money spigot's still on. You know, if I was a bear right now, I'd be pretty fucking pissed off. Because I'm going to post the chart right now for some levels for you to grab if we trade down. It's it's got the dotted line on it, the yellow line, the dotted line, the white line. Just posted it on Twitter. If you want to get a chance of buying a dip, it's down below. The red lines that are above is where I expect us to trade to into the bell. If there's a buy program on the bell, we'll trade higher. We'll end up trading to 470.92. I'll show you this one here too, so you guys have it. I'm going to share this one with you as well. Shows slightly higher on the SPY chart, at least. But the point being is that spreads are great here. Low risk environment. That shows you slightly higher what we need to break above. And these numbers have been changing so fast that they're not exactly accurate, but it gives you a visualization of what you're looking for to make this rip higher. So you guys can kind of visualize the book map versus the candlestick chart. And those are the pieces that you put together. You put the candlestick chart against the volume and market profile, and you put the book map against all of this stuff, and you can start to see where we're headed. So there you go. I'm going to get back off the mic again. I also want you guys to see, when you're looking to the right-hand side of the Bookmap chart, you can see how thick the buyers and sellers are in this red bar and this red bar above. If you were to see a giant red bar above here and they swoop down, you'll see the bar disappear above, and you'll see this bar become much thicker. Okay, so if you're looking for a moment to pull the plug on some calls or some puts, you'll see the same thing below. This works on both sides. But if you see the buyers, see that bar thicker, that's support, right? You'll see very minor resistances down below, or supports, or excuse me, because above would be a resistance. You'll see some supports down below, 467.94. A lot of futures traders use Bookmap for very quick trades, right? 1-minute trades, 5-minute trades, 10-minute trades. And they're using this ice that you see above and below to get in and out of trades. You can scale back up over here. Another thing that you want to be looking for, so if you're looking right here, you see slightly more sellers than buyers at this moment. You see the buyers stepping in. I do want you to also always, if you have the hero indicator on your own charting software, I want you guys to be looking at the hero indicator over time. So you can do is you can squish this down, right? Let's take a look at the chart for the day. I think I reset this thing around 12. Maybe they're loading it right now. And so I want you to see here, I'm raising up the hero indicator graph, right? It's not showing me the information down below, but now it is. See this nice big swoop up. This is call volume. And we're not heading down right here. We're just seeing a leveling off of call volume. So this is not negative at all. But it is showing we have high call volume pushes up. If you saw the hero indicator dipping right now, even if the price stayed the same, then that would be a negative on the market. Right now, we're just kind of middle of the day. You've just got people buying calls. No one's buying puts. This is all positive right here. Everything here is positive. But sometimes you'll see the hero indicator heading lower, and the price will still be higher. Sometimes you'll see the hero indicator heading higher, and the price is heading lower. And that's when you can really, truly use this. And as a matter of fact, if you look here, right, you have the hero indicator right down here, and it's above here. It's starting to raise up here. So we're at 22,488. You want to track this and see if the call buyers are stepping in from 22,500 into the close today. Make note of this as we head into the close this afternoon. And it doesn't always work, but when it does work, when the hero indicator works, it gets pretty wild. Like, you can actually see a move before it happens. I'm going to bring a smaller time frame here for you. Probably don't need a 5-second time frame. It's like a 30-second time frame right here. You can see it forming up here, 472.91. Yeah, the overnight is probably going to crush this into the overnight. So my next trade, I'm probably looking up. If you want to know from me, what do I think is going to happen? I think we're at grind sideways between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. And then we're going to look to see a move. But we might see a slight little bit of weakness, let's say. See a little bit of a dip. If we don't see the little bit of dip between 2 and 3 p.m., Then we're going to see the dip at some point at like 3:30. So at some point today, expect a dip. If you're in calls, you can stay in them if you want. You can do whatever you want for your risk profile, because you might miss out, right? No one really cares at this point. Everybody knows we're going up. So they might not give the relief valve that we want. The best world is we trade down, for me, if we trade down to 466, I'll buy that dip all day long. So give that to me, and I'll buy it all day long. Do I think we get down here? Do I think we get down to 46690? Doubt it. Do I think we get down to VWAP at 465.59? Doubt it. If we do, though, I'm balls in. I'll triple down on those calls. I'll triple down. I'll buy the 470s, but I'm definitely selling at 469. We might trade it straight up. If the buy side comes into the close, that rips us to 470.92 or something like that, into the bell, I might ride those up, or at least until 245 or something. But I'm hoping that we get a dip. I hope that like a bank wants to sell us down when we think we're going up, and that we can buy one more dip. That's the hope. Should be a kick-ass trade heading into the close either way. We'll see what happens here. So I use SG. I like SG a lot. They hit their numbers. You know, oftentimes they'll hear people in Discord say that SG's numbers suck, or what they put out for a daily note sucks, or it's not doing that today. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of is doing that today. I don't think that everybody reads the SG notes enough, or as deep enough as to what the implied moves are or how they happen. I think that you have to put more pieces of the puzzle together. I think when you're reading SG notes, daily notes, and then when you're charting SG out, I think you have to apply them to, you know, all that stuff we talk about, due diligence, your own tool chest that you use to make moves, traditional charting patterns. We talked about this earlier this morning, right? You got to add all this other stuff up. There's things that SG can't do. They don't know what JPOW is going to say. They don't know what the market's going to do. There's randomness to the market as well. And you have to take risk on. You're going to lose some of your trades. I'm going to expect that we trade down. I'm hoping that we can grab one of these dips. Usually when I chart these things out for grabbing a dip, we don't get as low as I want to buy. You want the random trade, you'd wait for 462. We would sell down again all the way to the end of the day. It's possible. It's on the curve. It's like a 10%, 5% chance. Less than that, 5%. Probably 5%, 3% chance that we traded down to 462 between now and the end of the day. But if I'm looking for a target to buy a dip on, where traditional traders want to buy, where a day trader wants to buy, a day trader would probably throw his entire account at 465. 87. I posted this on Twitter just a moment ago. I posted a buy the dip zone. It's got like a white dotted line. It's got a solid white line with a yellow dotted line. It's got a thick white line on it. If you guys aren't following me on @Captain's Alpha, I'll check right now. If you guys want to make requests there, I post these things prior to an event happening. And I try to post to you guys where the buy the dip zones are actively. Like, I know you guys watch some YouTubers that don't tell you actively what to be looking for. It just bounced right off of the first line. You guys can take a look at these things. I want to say thank you to Chris for tipping. I got to give some shout outs right now. Some of you savages tipped me today. Dirty, dirty people. Quinn, really, Quinn? Thank you, Chris, for tipping. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you, LR. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Willie Smoke Meat. Thank you, Brad Armitage. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Frederick. Appreciate all you guys. I'm going to have to name these guys again later on in the feed. Thanks for tipping today. I appreciate it. I did post right now. I'll check my requests, my follow requests on @CaptainsAlpha. It's CaptainsAlpha @CaptainsAlpha. You guys request to follow there. I'll show you the charts as they come in. I posted a chart earlier that showed you the buy the dip levels for where we are, right? You got a little bit of relief down here. And these don't really match up to what's being shown on Bookmap. This is the whole point of layering your trades, right? You saw a little bit of ice down below. I always see these pro traders in Discords talking about, well, yeah, man, there was ice right here. And I'm like, yeah, you can't really just use Bookmap. You kind of have to do all the work to get to that point where you know where to buy the dip. Razorblade 705. What the fuck is this drop? Please, for the love of Pete, go over to @CaptainsAlpha. Sign up for a Twitter account. I'm posting like the charts for you guys of where to buy the dip. You have the BTF. The buy the dip is this white dotted line. Then you've got a serious support at 466.92. Then you got a greedy day trader like me. Greedy day trader like me wants to buy at like 466.02. If I can buy that dip between now and 345 or 330, hello, ladies. That would send me from 466 to 469, 470, possibly even make it a trade to 472 or 3 on tomorrow. It'd be a 70-point rip. I don't think I get that, though. I think that the smart traders already know. I think the aggressive bull traders already know where we're headed. They're going to trade it on the 1 minute. They're going to grab the dip at the highest level. And even when you look at these 4 support levels, there's 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Right? You can just take $1,000. You buy $300 worth of this dip right here, right now. You buy another $300 if we dip lower. Then you throw $300 more the next dip, and you ride this bitch straight into 469, 470, 473. It's pretty easy. Unless there's some news that we don't know about. Yeah, and there's no zero dates, right? Or there are zero dates, right? We got zero dates for tomorrow. We got Wednesday calls that are expiring. Sure, buy them for Friday. And I agree with the CPI data thing. The only thing that I don't agree with the CPI data thing is that the Fed just told you they don't give a flying shit about the CPI, but they'll apply tools. That's the real key. That's the things that bears and bulls need to know. Both sides. Like, you guys need to know what is important. I want to give a shout out to Mateus. Jet Paz just donated $20. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Seriously, appreciate it. You guys tipped today? So I had some tips today, okay? So I'm going to buy tonight before tomorrow for you guys tipping today. I think it cost me like $20 or $50 a month to get the spoofing add-on. I don't know what it costs. It could cost $20 or $100. But I will grab the spoofing add-on tomorrow for you guys tipping today. So I'll buy that add-on tomorrow. We'll start to see the spoofing as of tomorrow. I will have the spoofing add-on for the Bookmap. I appreciate you guys tipping. So you guys tipping, I'll buy that shit. It's done. It's done deal. I'll have the spoofing. It's really neat too. It shows up over here on the right-hand side. I've got another thing to show you guys too. I'll show you guys. I don't know if it works on, I think it might only work on futures, but SG offers a third column over here, but I don't think it works on cash. I'll check to see if it does. I think it only works on SPX, on cash market, and ES on futures market. But it's not, I forget what the fuck it's called, but I don't think it works on Cash Market. But I'll add the spoofing add-on tonight for donating. I appreciate it. You guys are sending money in. No worries. Let's pump this shit up. Like I want to see us have all the information that we can have to trade every day. So I'll have that for you tomorrow. I can't wait to have it on here. I'm gonna be kind of stoked with it. Maybe we'll take a look at some point at the add-ons that we can put on Bookmap, because it'd be really cool to have. So there's a bunch of, the hero indicator is my favorite, but there's a bunch of cool ass add-ons for Bookmap to anticipate what's going to happen in the market. And some of them are expensive. Like this is the shit that the pros use, not just the pro trader at home. I'm talking like there's some hedge funds that use this stuff, and they're probably paying like $1,000, $1,500 a month for this in a boiler room per license. So you get like 10 guys in a boiler room, $10K a month. They don't care. Yeah, we got CPI tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. We've got the inflation data. Most definitely, the talk today and yesterday was about we have our tools, meaning that we'll fight inflation, or that if the inflation number comes out, if the inflation number comes out, it's important. But the idea would be if the inflation data comes out tomorrow hot, that the implication is that we're going to tighten and we're going to drop the market. That's the implication of CPI. And so what Chase, I think others are trying to make the point that J-Pow was saying, don't worry if we fall. We've got our tools to raise the market back up. Let's take a broader look at the market and see what's going on here. Another blue line setting itself up at 479.86. Looks like sellers might be coming a little bit lower. And Chase, you might like seeing this. If any of you guys are still in put spreads or anything, this line is becoming more apparent. I want you guys to see this. 450.10. There are more buyers stepping in here in case we trade down to 450. That line was not here this morning. It wasn't here at all this week. I think we saw a light blue line on, I want to say we saw a light blue line, but this is new the past couple hours. This 453. So maybe if you take the market long and you put a put spread out at 450 for OPEX. And this has stayed the same all morning, 462.12. Be aware of that. There is some, and you see some of these sellers are disappearing above at 473. That's important to note as we make our way through the day. Definitely note that 450 number, even if you're a bull. My thought process is possibly, I know that we have a collar on the market down to, does anybody remember what that collar was JPM gave? Because I do anticipate us trading down, into March. I don't know if that is forming up for this month's OPEX. That wasn't here before. Just heads up. That 450 supply zone, that buy side, is new at 450. This was not here. So see this right here? This was not here this morning. It wasn't here yesterday. We had buyers swing up and buy the market, and then we saw this. I don't know at what time this came online, but I didn't check this low. I checked this low at 11 o'clock, so I would say this came online around 12, 1 o'clock this afternoon. Keep this in focus here as we head into OPEX. for the month. I don't think this is the swing low for March. I think the swing low for March is much deeper. But I'm wondering about, and I see this one right here, right? Wait a minute. I missed this one too. Let's take a look at this one. Let's take a little bit closer look. A little light blue band setting up down here at 459, 460. Another one getting a little bit stronger down here at 462. Want to see if these consolidate. You know how they'd use news too around here. That's the one thing is one day you're ultra bullish, and then the next day we're talking about, all right, are we going to buy the dip at 450 again? You see a trade down at 450, ugliness right into the opening bell of next Thursday, or into the, what is it, the 20th? You see some ugly nastiness down at 450 on the 20th, and then all of a sudden we're trading up to 470 on the 21st, or the 20th itself at the end of the day. I think the last time we did that, we traded like, it was either 70 points or 130 points in one day. And there was a guy who noted yesterday on Twitter, actually a guy I respect, and he was talking about the violent swings. So I am anticipating still, though, that we trade higher. Right here, you can see it. 469, right into the bell. So I'm going to wait for my next trade. I'm going to look for a little bit of weakness here. We bounced off that dotted white line. If we can bounce below at some point between now and 3 p.m., I'm going to be a happy man. If we don't get it at some point, I'll just buy again, and I'm going to take that trade into the close. I'm going to take the trade right into that 470. Probably take a trade to hold overnight, even with CPI. The only thing that really matters right now is what the Fed's saying. The Fed's saying the money printer's on, and that is the key. Money printer on. My expectations for the SPY, not 500. You guys can, anyway, any guys talking about 500 right now, I think that's off the table. I think 470 is on the table. I think 475 is on the table. I think we wish for 478. I think you're going to find people on social media saying we're going to 478. And they want you to buy calls to 478, 480, 500 so that we expand the trading range. But until we see those calls, the ceiling's probably truly 475. Maybe a ripper to 478 for a minute. So we're sideways trading right now. And making money on both ends. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I state that every derivative of SPDR S&P 500 correlates to SPX. ES correlates to SPX. SPY correlates to SPX. Everything starts from SPX. Winky, did I say something? I might have misspoken. We all know, hopefully we all know, SPX is the mother of all of these derivative trades. SPX is the godfather. Period. End of story. Oh, I see what you're saying. Winky face. Yeah, so let's explain that. Let's go further on that point then. So SPX is the SPY. That's what it is. Okay, the SPY is not SPX. So there's SPX. There's the S&P 500. Now each derivative runs upon different contracts. Some have a contract that is always and forever, right? If you trade the SPY, the contract is the same. Now, even though the SPY has one contract, there are different contracts for other derivatives that impact the price of the SPY. ES is one of them. SPX is the same thing. They run on contracts. These are future contracts, right? These are contracts of what we think it's going to be in the future. And they don't always match up. And so you have to sometimes at certain points in the year, you have to ask somebody, hey, which contract are you running on? You'll hear people in social media say, we're going to know real price tomorrow, or we're going to know real price this week. And you can't equal them. They're close, but they're not equal. You'll notice when I put out support and resistance levels, you know what I'll do? If you guys want, I'll put support and resistance levels out for SPX, ES, and SPY. For the current contract in ES, I'll put out 3 support levels for all 3 tomorrow so that you can compare them. And what's really weird is that they get really weird at certain times of the month and the quarter. And they don't match up. But, you know, like horseshoes and hand grenades, if you're charting for the day, typically, like if I get ES levels, I'll place them on a SPY chart, and then I'll adjust them to where they should be. And you can usually do that with an eyeball. Do you guys want them consistently? Do you guys want, like, I can give you guys, if you guys want SNR levels for SPX, SPY, and ES every day, I can do that. It takes me like 30 seconds. I can do that shit for you guys. I'll give you guys the exact levels for all 3. The only time that I can say no to this is when the contracts are ending and starting. Because I know, especially as futures traders, you Globex shitheads out there, you guys are like, well, which contract are you trading? Are you trading the current contract, or are you trading the January contract? Because I'm still on last month's contract. Oh, well, I'm trading next month's contract already, bro. You got to make your own mind up. Yeah, all right, I'll do it for you. All right, so every day from this point forward, you're going to get all 3 contracts. Yeah, it does. And the contract roll gets complicated, and people fight about it all day long. So once a month, once every 3 months, you might see me. You might see people yelling at me and saying you got the wrong contract, or I'm trading the wrong contract right now, or whatever. Yeah, every 3 months or so. Yeah, Jeff Anderson's laughing at that comment. Yeah, Bob Walsh is explaining the same thing, that they do become the same. And they do become exactly the same. And that's when you hear real price. You'll hear people out there, they'll say, especially if we're in the high, especially if you're a bear, if you're like bearish and you're like, don't worry, asshole. You'll see the real price tomorrow. And that does really hurt. Like if you're trading options contracts and you're all highfalutin and we're flying high, and then all of a sudden you look at your options on Monday morning and we're up, right, a point or 2, but your options are shit in the bed, or we're down a point or 2 and your puts are shit in the bed, that's because of the rollover of contracts. Oh, Winky, good point, Winky. Most of the people that fight about ES contract roll use it as a way to explain why their trades they post on Twitter are shit. Hilarious. Hilarious. It is true. It is true. Because you're right, though. And not only that, right, but you'll see the trade go to the previous contract, and then it'll shift to the new current contract, and people get pissed off. Yeah, that is a good rule of thumb. Stop Run City has it right. That is the general rule, is about a week before. Futures traders typically will ask each other, have you rolled into the new contract yet or not? They'll just check and make sure that everybody's on the same contract. Usually you'll see that roll the week before, and you'll start asking people. And that is a good thing that people do, is they're always checking with each other. Hey, are you stuck? And people forget. People stay in the wrong contract and they're still trading the old contract. Yep. Guess I'm a Globex asshole. They're not assholes. I used to be a futures trader. I don't do it anymore. I don't do Globex anymore. I gotta sleep, guys. Like, you guys are up all night long. Now I'm doing research at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I have one specific futures trader, a baller that I talk to in the morning on Discord, and we're usually exchanging information back and forth from what his experience was the night before to what I'm trying to figure out is going to happen at cash market. And to be honest with you guys, if you're a cash trader, you should always have one person out there that you're friends with that can give you information on the overnight contract. And if you're an overnight trader, it always helps to have the perspective of a cash trader, because they both hate each other. They both have their viewpoints on what they're doing. They're usually not in agreement completely. Like a Globex overnight trader has a lot of information on what's going on in the global market when it's really important, not just in the global market, the Globex market, but when the implication affects the actual cash market. You'll hear sometimes like, oh, they're PJ traders. There's only 6 of them. That's not true. Sometimes you'll hear, oh, the Euro rich and the Euro poor are trading now. And that what they're really trying to tell you in the background is that a lot of these Globex traders can tell you when it matters and when it doesn't. And the cash market has that same implication, right? You saw last night Tesla trade down in the Globex session, and it was an easy short down last night, but then it got picked up again in the cash session today, right? So Globex traders always want to see what's taking place in the cash market, and it impacts what dealers selling, dealers buying in the overnight, what the bots are doing, what the banks are saying to do. Yeah, Bloodsun's putting out some good information right now, too. Yeah, I don't know how you guys sleep doing. I don't know how few futures traders sleep. There's at least 12 PJ traders. Yeah. Stop Run City makes a good point, too. Sometimes you'll watch like a YouTube channel for a futures trader, and they come and they go. Like, they'll be like, a futures trader will have a YouTube channel, right? Live trading. And they'll come on board and they'll say, nah, it's not the right time. I'm going to sign off right now. And it's because if you're a futures trader, if you're looking at key levels of support and resistance, you can actually make some banging trades. Banging trades. Banging moves. We sleep very peacefully. I bet you futures traders just have alerts set at major support and resistances. They sleep in between and then they wait for those to come up. Especially when it's, dude, you guys in cash market, I watch these cash traders and they're taking a long position into overnight. I take longs in overnight sometimes and shorts in overnight on cash market, but I see some long traders, we're just like right at resistance. And I'm like, man, this is like the sweetest effing setup for a futures trader to just sell us down to the depths of hell, right? Like, how do you take a long position in cash and not be able to hedge in futures? Hedge short. If some of you guys are carrying short or long positions in cash market, do yourself a favor. Sign up for a brokerage that you can trade futures in so that you can live hedge your positions. So if you're like paranoid, if you're like one of those guys that are up like me, up all night long in a long FD call, hoping for a gap up the next morning, if you don't see that gap up and you see the market start burning, you can at least enter into a futures trade and sell down and reclaim what you lost in cash. Listen to Razor Blade over here. I wake up at 0300 to 0400, sleep till 8, then have a nap at 4:15 to 6 p.m. Oh yeah, that overnight last month was fucking crazy. Dude, some of you guys are longtime traders. Tied up SPX option trades start getting tied to the next quarterly, the 2 Wednesdays before the quarterly expiration. Good point. You guys want to know about crazy? No, all you old traders know this, but like not since 2018, Let me see, 2018, 2008, 2014 and 15, somewhere in there. And then 2020 and 21, you would have like 4%, 5% swings in the overnight. And then it would be back to normal by open. Talking about like a 4% swing in overnight futures. That's insano. Yeah, I used to do that. Stay up all night long in a bad trade. Yeah, SPX and VIX trades overnight now. I've been talking about 4%, 5% trading. Like, so I told you people yesterday, I was like, I'm one of these Democrats, these old school Democrats, but I have like a trader hat and a Main Street hat. How do I go to a barbecue and tell my friends, well, I prefer Trump as a president because it makes me more money in the market? Like, how do I say that to my friends? Like, I'm a Democrat. I fucking hate Trump. But as a trader, I fucking love him. I want any kind of president that's going to make the market swing like that. Like, how do I contemplate that in my life? You know, it is bizarre. Like, bizarre out there saying, why did I like him? Because he swung the market 4 or 5% every day. He swung it at nighttime. He swung it in the daytime. Now you got Biden right now. He gently gets into markets. He's like, oh, I can move a market. I'm like, yeah, man, get in there and move the market. If Biden was moving the market 4 to 5% every day, I'd love him too. I love any president that swings the market 4 to 5% every day. I don't care what party they're from. Yeah, I'm not a party guy. I'm not in any party myself. You know, I don't care which party you're from, what your positions are. But my trader hat, like, the end of the day, money in my bank account, I'll take any president that's moving the market 4 to 5% in a day. Yeah, we're almost there. It's 2:38. Lots of consolidation. Lots of consolidation. Yeah, I don't, yeah. Yeah, when Trump was in office, hell no, you couldn't sleep. Dude, I would be in, dude. Yeah, as a journalist, as anything that you are in your real life, it was hard to embrace Trump. But dude, as a trader, I mean, you're talking. I remember recently, like, I think this was in 2020. Trump would say some shit like, it'd be like 3:45 in the afternoon, and I'd be long as fuck. I'd be like super long, like 3:45 in the afternoon. Everything would say we're going up. Everything said we're going crazy the next day, like super high. Trump would say, China deal is off. My calls would they would go to hell, like depths of hell. And so the choice becomes, do I buy the depths of hell into the closing bell? Right? So let's say you buy the closing depths of hell into the bell. Then after the bell, right, we would crash another 5%, like literally 5%. And then literally by 9:30 a.m., we were back 5% plus 5%. He'd come in out at like 8 o'clock in the morning and he would say something insane like, oh, by the way, the China deal's back on. And you'd be like, dude, what the fuck just happened? Like, it was insane. It was insane, some of those swings. Do you guys remember that shit? You guys remember how crazy insane that shit was? Your wife's boyfriend wants to see us go to 470 right now. Dude, the Trump market, no offense. I mean, no, I can't say as like, if I put my Main Street hat on, yeah, I'm going to be like, fuck Trump. Seriously, honest guys. Like, I got to say fuck Trump. But I can't put my Main Street hat on. I'm like an awkward penguin walking around town. I'm sorry, but we just traded I just made more money than God today. I made more money than anybody else out here. Sorry, I'll get past the Trump part. I hate, dude, don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of Trump. The markets were insano. The markets were fucking insano. And you know who's been doing it recently is Biden. Recently, Biden has realized that he can move the markets. And if Biden did that, I'd be stoked. Matter of fact, I bet if Biden did that, he would win. He would lock in a win for the next cycle if he just swung markets higher. Isn't that kind of crazy to say that, right? Swing markets higher and you'll win the next election. Bizarre. So bizarre how the system works. Yeah, this market trades slower. If you're a newer trader or you like stability in the market, this market doesn't trade nearly as violently as it used to. It's been way more defined. Way more defined. I mean, dude, we would stay up. I would stay up all night long. I couldn't sleep. That was how crazy it was. Like, you couldn't sleep. You didn't know what would happen by morning. You'd be bloodbath, like bloodbath. Both sides. Bull, bear, didn't matter. You'd have a bloodbath on your hands on either side. That was Wild Town. Every day in the Trump admin was like a live HBO drama series. Dude, it was insano. I don't like the stability. Yeah, they're all the same. If I had to guess, Trump was playing the market. If I had to guess, he was. He had to be. They all had to be. Yeah, it is too traunchy these days. So what do you got? You guys want to see what's up with SDC? I'll bring up SDC. I'll bring up Qs real quick for you. It's been loading all day long. You guys want to see Qs crashing into the top up here? Great day for the Qs. They were down at 380. Smashing into 385. This would be the squeeze opportunity for the SPY. So if you're looking right now at the SPY at 468.71, you want to know if we're going to crash above right now. We're coming into 243 in the hour. We have 10% more buyers than sellers on Qs. I do want you to see that this would be the setup for a long on the Qs and the SPY. Where are the sellers at, if you really want to know, right? This is where that wall is above here on the Qs, and on NQ is going to be 385.89. Looks like these sellers are coming in and out over here. I'm looking for a ceiling above it. It's up here, 389. Let's call it. You've got more wall up here at 386.89, and then at 385.80. So I'm going to turn this one off real quick. We're going to look at SD. I have some love in my heart for the old school Wall Street bets. Maybe you guys can screenshot this and post this on an IMGUR and give this to the, if any of you guys are still active in Wall Street bets, you guys want to see what the real deal is for the Wall Street bets crowd, we'll do that. Still have some love for Wall Street bets. I don't know how well Bookmap will say it, if this is the bottom or not. But you guys can take a screenshot of this, show it to the Wall Street bets crowd. See if we can find bottom on SD. Where's SD bottom? It's for the Wall Street bets people. All right, so bottom on SD is $10.87. Ridiculous sellers above at $11.92. The key that you need to know about this is that on the CVD buyers and sellers, that you have way more sellers than buyers. So if you want to tell somebody on Wall Street bets out there, you want to say, this is not the bottom, It more than likely is not. Your bottom on SD is 1088. And you have stupid more sellers than buyers. Okay, so there you go. Now you can look like a hero in Wall Street Bets. SPY's trading up at 468.81. We've got a buy program that looks like it's starting. Sometimes we fake out here. I do want you to realize that sometimes when we get this buy program, you can see that we've got more sellers than buyers on the second. But overall, we have more buyers than sellers. We have major call flow coming in. This is the expectation that we talked about earlier, right? Is that people know we're going to look above. If I was a futures trader, I would be looking for us. I'd be looking for two moves, right? I'd be looking for us to trade up to this 469, 469.05. We're about to get there right now. That we're going to trade up to here, possibly trade up to, let's call it 469.63. And if you were ultra bullish into the close, it'd be 470.92. And be looking for futures to carry us over. PJ traders, believe it or not, will trade us up or down depending upon market direction for a look above or a look below. They look for these moments here. So let's say right now we had no news, or let's say tomorrow we're scared about the news. Like let's say it Fed Chair Powell coming out tomorrow. Then let's say we were coming into 469, 470, and we had Fed Chair Powell tomorrow. I would say, as a futures trader, I would say, well, hopefully we trade up to 469, 470 so that I can sell that bitch down into the open tomorrow. Now, if we had Fed share, which we did today, then you know that the look is above. You know that we didn't sell off immediately when Chair Powell talked. So you know that that they need to look above. And so where's the look above area? Look above area is above the 470 area, right? This is the gamma flip. This is the volatility trigger. You can call it whatever you want. The volatility trigger is at I believe it's 471.45. I'll take a look and see exactly where it is. So the volatility trigger started at 4714 and it ended at 4700. So more than likely, the expectation is we move up to 4700 into the close. You'll wait for futures to either sell it down or bring it above. But from where we were this morning, for the second test below, I still think we test the third time lower, but the market wants to see a higher. And if the cash market can't do it, the futures, well, the algos will do it, and the futures traders will do it in the overnight. Now, that is what will happen. Chase brought up CPI numbers tomorrow. I guess there's a possibility, I guess option 3 would be that the algos will wait for the CPI numbers in the morning, and then it would trigger a move higher or lower. But in general, we don't have any bigger news than we have. Here we go. We're tagging right now. Showed you guys this, an hour ago, 2 hours ago? Burr, baby, burr. Burr. Make it go burr. SPY just tapped. I posted this chart earlier. 368.96. Bulls aren't waiting. Bulls said hell no. You guys can go back to Twitter right now, check where I posted that chart. I showed you the double red line. You can see that we are directly on that line right now. You're seeing some sellers enter in at the moment. Slight resistance. It's showing on Bookmap, but not truly. This is why you use traditional charting patterns, right? So that you can see what chartists are using for their trades, what day traders are using. And we literally, to the pin, I'm going to post this right now. I'll repost this chart so that you can see it as a comparison. I'll do a side-by-side for you. Wait a minute here. Hold on here. I'm going to give you a side-by-side chart here. This is how you trade. This is how you day trade. And I'm going to give you a side-by-side comparison so you can see the trade as it unfolded. And you can check both here. And you can now see the ping right off of 468.96, just slightly below those two red lines. Almost to the pin, as they say. And so now it's 252. And the question becomes, do we trade above into this 469.63? I can show you guys some more numbers too. I'll show you guys some numbers above there in case you're uber bullish. Let me see if I can get some better numbers here for you. Or 714. 4714. Oof. Yeah, we could definitely see a ripper. I'm going to post the rest of this for you guys right now on Twitter. I want you guys to be aware of these zones and these levels. So this is the SPY chart, and then I'll post for you the, I'm going to show you the, I want you guys to see where we could possibly be headed. Check out the Twitter, okay? So this is, I'm going to show you the SPY in the first post. What would be the expectation heading into the overnight, even if we ricochet off and sell down? And then I'm going to show you the ES chart next for any futures traders. The vol trigger was at 4714. It's basically this area right here. I do want you to realize that if we trade above this volatility zone, this volatility trigger, that you'll take on a bullish perspective. That we're heading into, right now, at this moment, we're heading into, are we bullish or are we bearish? Or are we starting to get bullish or are we starting to get, so we're in this like weird zone. It's not really negative and positive. You're in like this, if you're at a volatility trigger, above a volatility trigger is the start of being bullish. Below the volatility trigger is the start of being bearish or expecting volatility. So I'll post both of these for you guys out here so you can see what's up. As we move along. And we're ripping much higher. Has anybody made money at this point? Yeah, you guys, positive gamma, 475. You guys want to know where positive gamma is? No, it's less than that. Positive gamma is 4726, if you want to know. If you guys ever have any questions, like where's the gamma at, where's the volatility at, I can give you guys exact numbers. 4726 is positive gamma. Waiting for the pullback that never came. Yeah, it's hard to expect the pullbacks. Like, you have to take on your own risk and what your risk profile is out there. We know that the bulls are in charge to an extent. We know that, if we were trading down below the volatility trigger, the bears are in charge, even though we're volatile. If we're trading up into the volatility zone, the volatility trigger, the bulls are kind of in charge right now, that they're not going to give you a chance to buy the dip. Yeah, we talked about buying the dip down here, right? You're welcome, Henry. Talked about buying the dip down here. What time did I get back on? I think I got back on at 1:20 this afternoon. We were at 467.89. We said, I don't care if it's now or later. We're getting up to 469, 470 into the close. Your wife's boyfriend's panicking over there, and then it finally starts printing. Hilarious. Hilarious. I'd be up 250%. You're welcome, everybody. 172 people watching now. Yeah, so that trade's over, right? So we made that beautiful trade. So that was a good trade. Joe Harper called him when I called Joe Harper when calls were they were what I said, not they were what 87 cents or something. I said expect $1.30 or $1.40. And I think they pinged 140 at one point for a brief moment. So there you go. There's your 87 cents to $1.40. Watch your options chains. Everybody pulled out. They're now worth $1.27. Yeah, I know, Winky. Winky knows what's up. Winky knows what's going on. Some of you guys know what's up out there. So we're going to put now I'm going to put another support level on the SPY here. Then we're going to look for another dip buy. The next dip buy is probably at 468.31 if we even get that low. You could buy now and then add. That's the thing. Like, you measure into your positions, right? When I talked to you guys about you start your position, then you... I know, thanks, Dad. So you're looking to buy the next dip, right? I'm going to show you guys a new chart for the next dip buy opportunity for day trading. Thanks, Dad. You guys are hilarious. Well, you can measure these trades in, and then so I'm going to post a new one to you guys. Let's say right now we have, so we're coming into 3 o'clock hour, right? So you're going to look best position, right? You got 1, 2, 3. I just posted it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places to buy. Take $100. Spend $20 on buying right now. If we dip down to 468, you take another $20 and you buy again. If we dip down to 467.42, take your next $20 and you buy the dip again. You buy down here at 466.74, then 466.93, 465.93, and you're going to average in to a rip into close. Now, does that mean we actually rip into close? No, but if that's your viewpoint, if you think we're going up from here into the end of today or into tomorrow, if that's your viewpoint, hey, we're going somewhere to tomorrow, then you take that position, right, and know that you can average into it so you get the best dollar cost average in your 1 date calls, 2 date calls, or whatever. So we rip higher into this close to 470, 471. You're gonna match that up to buyers and sellers on the heat map. Call buyers, call sellers, right? And the only thing that I would tell you is what I said yesterday, right? You ride this up into close between 3 and 4 p.m. You take profit right before the bell, or between 15 minutes, depending on where you are, 15 minutes and 4 p.m., so that you have all that interest built up and you don't dip a little bit after the bell. You don't lose and cap. If you're like, hey, we're still going up, though, into tomorrow, then you rebuy at 4:15 or so, 4:10, 4:15, buy again, and you ride that up into the bell tomorrow. So you can just kind of murder it all day long. What are we buying inside the money or just outside the money? I try to look at the options chain and see where all the money is. And the reason is because they trade so easily and fast. Those calls, those 470 calls are $1.33 right now. They're pricey. We want to see them come down a little bit. We want to see them come down again to like maybe 80 cents. It wouldn't shock me to see a moment of a dip between now and 4 p.m. I bet if you rolled some dice right now out there, you'll see a brief dip. Calls probably dip down to like 70 cents, 80 cents. Then you buy them again. Maybe even 60 cents. So we'll see. We'll wait and see for the next ride. All right, so I'm gonna stop talking. I'm going to stop talking now. What we're going to do is we're going to wait for the next dip. And we'll ride this thing up into the close. Make sure you check out Captain's Alpha. I show you some levels to be buying dips at as well. Yeah, Winky. It tagged to the pin. The first time it made that first peak, it didn't tag the exact number, and then it actually touched to the pin. You noticed that, huh? It literally went to the pin. I wasn't on right now, but I just got back on. Winky noticed. So the first top didn't actually whack at 469.63, but then the second whack did, and it's consolidating right now. I want you guys to know out there that we are consolidating. It went to the pin. Winky noticed. So it pinned it at the 469.62, I think, not 63. I was off by 1 penny. And now it's in this consolidating range right now into the close. They could try to park it here into the close. I'm still looking. If I'm begging and hoping that we can get some kind of a dip to like 468.21. I'd be stoked with that. See down here? See down in this 467, 468. If we can get even a tag down below to 468 before the close, I'm begging for it to grab one more long. We might not get it into this close right here. There is some, that's weird. You've got UVXY puts coming in alongside QQQ puts. Lots of SPY calls versus SPY puts. There is an interesting trade here. January 28th, 42, hold on. 42 K-Web calls. That's $1. 42.42 calls for January 28th, $500,000. There's a mixed bag of SPY calls and puts. Most of the flow coming in is bullish. My thought is that a day trader thinks that we're going to trade down for a dip to 468.28. But the reality is, this is what separates a lot of people, is that you have to look at, like the direction that we're heading and where we're heading up. So hopefully we can get down for a dip buy. No, I'm not talking about down here at 469.05. I'm talking more like we can get a dip down below here to like 468.26. I'm going to jump back in once more. Right now, I'm not in anything. I'm straight cash gang. And I'm waiting for one more dip buy. This is where the buy the fucking dip crowd comes from, by the way. Day traders that know when to buy the dip and sell the rip. But I don't know if we get down from here. I think as we head into the close, we've got a buy program on right now into the close. We are coiling on the 1 minute chart. I know you're not supposed to trade the 1 minute, but I am. It is interesting to see where Tesla is right now, because Tesla being where it's at right now into the close would support the idea that we trade up to 471 or so. I also looked at I'm not going to bring it up right now, but if you guys have access to volume profile, my other computer, I'm looking at volume profile right now on the 15-minute tick, or it's the 15 minutes and the 10-day, and it really does look like there's a good chance that we're trading above. We're above an iceberg right now, and the next iceberg, real resistance, starts at 476.1. Nothing's showing right now. We got a big B profile on today's volume profile. Looks like a big B to me. I could be wrong. It doesn't look D-shaped. It's looking like it's big B-shaped at the moment, but it certainly looks like a leg up. If you're just look at the volume profile on a 15-minute, 10-day, everything looks like we're going up. You can't guarantee. There's no guarantees in this market. I can't be the guy out there telling you, hey, we're going up and it's 100% guaranteed. But, everything is looking like we're going up. That's what it looks like. I like cheap puts, but I also have to look at the context of the market, right? When we trade to the right, we're trading up all the time. You're a bear 30% of the time. You're a bull 70% of the time. We had bad news. You have to look at what's on the docket for tomorrow. We have CPI numbers that can be negative on the market tomorrow. You can see down here at looking like 467.96. Let's see where I'm at. Yeah, I'm at 468.24 if we were to sell down in the close. But bulls are coming out, right? So when the bulls are coming out, they're expecting a move higher. The real news is not the CPI numbers. They might lend some volatility. You can see we've got even firmer target above or a call wall above at 480 than we did this morning. Even in weakness, you're going to be looking to buy a dip right now. Most trades don't pay just 100%. So let's say I take this trade. If I'm looking to pick up a dip buy here before we get into the close, let's say I lose that trade on CPI numbers tomorrow morning, I'm still going to buy the dip again unless they were off the charts and win again. So it really is a no-lose situation at this point. Give me one more quick reversal. I don't think I'm going to get it here, but yeah, and everybody's in on those, and the premium on those calls, those 470 calls, even though we just dipped, they're up to $1.40. Right? They were 87 cents or something. They're now up to $1.40. Even on the dip, they're up to $1.40. So they're going to print. In my view, they're going to print. These expire tomorrow on Wednesday. They're now up to $1.50, $1.46, I mean. So I don't know when you enter that trade. We've been talking about the price of that call ad nauseum since 1 o'clock this afternoon. I don't know what else to say to you guys. Let's say we go up to $1.50. We trade down, let's say, and they're worth 80 cents again. You've lost nothing. Then you can actually add to that position. So we're going up. This is how you make money. We're looking for a breakthrough 469.98, or at least to the bell to 469.98. We'll bring this closer for you guys to see. 472.07 right here. And 469.88. So 469.88. It's not shocking to see us trade to 469.88. So you're going to mark that on your charts, right? I want you to mark down 469.88. We're trading up right now. $46781, which is where my next target below is. We'll bring this on a more granular level so you guys can see what's up. 469.94. And then you just look at your context. Are you bullish or are you bearish? Are you bullish? Are you bullish and bearish on the year? Are you bullish and bearish on the month? Are you bullish and bearish in the week? Are you bullish and bearish in the day? Are you bullish and bearish into the close? What position are you in? The daily, the weekly, the monthly, the FD? That's all important. Where are we going into the close? You guys want me to sing a song? The roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. The roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. Too funny. That's about even, Steven, right now. Got a little bit more buyers than sellers. Call buying's off the effing charts. Off the charts right now. The roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. Too funny. Call buyers want to make a short squeeze. You're going to get your short squeeze here in just a moment. I think. That's what it seems like is happening. I think you get it. You might not get it. We're at resistance. We're close, within 20 cents, right? Of some resistance here. You can see it above. It's at 469.92. We can bring it closer. You guys can see. You guys want to see how close it is? You can see this red bar right here, how thick it is. And see how thin this red bar is below. So we're above slightly on buyers down here, but on the second chart, you can see this battle that's going on. If you're short, let me ask you the next question. If you're short this market, are you short into close? That's another thing that I ponder and think about where we are. Like, would I feel confident short right now or long into the close? So let's say I was like, hey, I'm going to take a short position at 469.71 right now at this moment. Would you personally take a short position right now where we are? And so your next question is, who is short out there or has been short the past day or so that didn't close them out? Are they going to maintain that short position into the close? And, you know, sometimes they wait until the last 5 minutes. You're like 345, 350, 355. And they're sitting at a desk right now, a prop desk, and they're going, like the boss is downstairs doing his thing. And the boss is like, Jimmy, are you short going into close today? And Jimmy's like, I don't want to tell him that I'm still short and I haven't made any money. And Bob comes downstairs and he's like, Jimmy, are you short in the close? Tell me you're not short in the close. I told you to close them this morning at 9:30 or 10 o'clock. And Jimmy's like, nah, I'm still short. I still believe. And then, of course, the boss is like, are you fucking crazy? Close those things up before the end of the day, right? So you got to wonder, are any banks, any family offices, any short hedge funds right now, are they going to stay short into close today? I don't know. I think that risk is too high. So I'm going to live trade with you. If I can catch a call right here, I will. Just give me a minute here. I'm going to look for one. And I'll ride some calls into the open tomorrow. I think we're going up. I think we're gapping up, to be honest with you. I think we're going to gap the fuck up to like 4. I say we gap up no less than 470. I think on the high side, we gap up to... Tell you what I think we're gapping up to tomorrow. 471.43. Wouldn't shock me. 473.73. Wouldn't shock me at all. If you think we're weak in the overnight, I guess the bear side of this trade would be that we trade higher, then trade lower into CPI numbers. CPI numbers are so horrible that we do a third retest of the low at 462. Maybe it's 450. Maybe it's what Mike said from MS. We have that one more percent left. I think he said that yesterday. He said you should see a dip for another 1%. Maybe that puts us down to 450 and then we make an actual run. I guess. I'm not trading my whole account in this trade. I guess I could take the 1% drop into horrible CPI numbers tomorrow morning and pick up the ER trade with 90% of my account tomorrow morning. So I'm like looking at the cost benefit of taking a 10% trade in the close today. I'll probably take that trade. So even if CPI numbers are bad, I'll probably take that trade that we trade higher into Friday. Another, I guess, option three would be that we rip higher maybe into the tomorrow, then we trade sideways into Friday, and we burn all the bears and we burn all the bulls, and then you don't see a rip higher until next week. So you got like a bunch of call holders on 470C, 213,000 of them. We haven't ripped higher yet, so we know that they should still get paid. But if you want to see like 480 or 478 or 475, the 475C is expiring on the 18th for only $1.03, $1. The January 19th, which is the Wednesday before, you wouldn't want those. You'd want the January 21st 470Cs. There's 30,000 contracts out on that. They're $4 a piece. So it seems like the Bulls know that at some point on next Wednesday or Thursday, we're going to be way above 470. It's probably the safest bet. So give me that sell off in the close so I can buy some calls. Give me that dip buy into the bell. We separate the men from the boys. All right, I'm going to go back to January 12th. I'm going to buy myself some 473Cs. Let me see. Let me look at the January 14th. 473Cs are really expensive. January 12th. Yeah, I'm gonna go to 473. Where are those sellers at? There's some sellers up here at 470. I want to see where the real sellers are. $472.87, 471. Clear skies above 474. I'm going to probably look for a buy on 473 expiring. Friday's the safer bet, but I'm trying to make some money here, so. Probably going to look for a buy on the bell. We're at 35 cents on those calls right now. Give me my dip buy down at 468.23 or so. We're going to lock in all those bulls and make them buy again. I'm going to do this live with you. If there's a half minute delay or whatever, I'm looking for two levels. I'm probably going to scale in right now. I'm gonna do another buy at 468.74 and another buy at 468.17. I'm gonna buy some right now. Come on, there's 50. More. Hang tight here. We've got 38.4. Hero indicator's negative at the moment. I'm just gonna give it just a second here. I'm looking at, oh, you know what? Maybe we'll switch to 470s if they get cheaper. Yeah, so I'm gonna clear this right now. Hold on here a second. I might buy the 470. No, I'm not gonna give them that cheap. I want cheaper than that. I'm gonna look at 472s. What was that? 473s. I'm gonna look at 472s. I'm gonna add some right now. No, I want a better price than that. See if I just grab some or not. Yeah, I missed that trade. I was at 56 cents. I'm gonna edit that trade. Now they're up to 59 cents. Motherfucker. Give me 56. Give me 56. Fill me at 56 cents. Oh, wait a minute. Come on, fill me the rest of them. I'm going to start filling here at 56 cents. 57 cents it's up to now. If I can get it down to 30 cents to add more, I will. These bastards aren't going to give me 56 cents, are they, to fill all of it? God damn it. Come on. Give me that fill. I got a partial fill. I'm not getting the fill that I want, though. Trade down into the close. I'm not going to get my trade down, am I? Did I get all my fill or no? Nope. Fuck. I like that 56 cent price range. I'd even take like 38 cents on 472s. Would be dope. Like, that's great. A great fill. I'm in at 56 cents, but not a ton. And now we're up to 61 cents on that trade. 62 cents on that trade. I ain't moving. I'm going to stick here. I still have a buy order in, so if I can catch some more of that trade, I will. I like the 472. I like 470 is the safest for an overnight trade. If you were taking an overnight FD trade, 470, even if we traded flat, you could get out of it and not get totally fucked up if CPI numbers are bad or you get a slight dip. We trade sideways. But I like the idea of making 200 or 300% on the close. Fill me up. And if we traded way down into the bell, I'd just buy probably 1,000. Ooh yeah, baby, give it to me. Give me a fill. Yeah, I can't get a fill right now at the price I want. Sometimes they'll slip in, like for a brief second or two. I can throw I want to see like that brief moment like that. Like at 350, we sling down. And the other way to fill this too is if you can't fill it now, I want you guys to remember that if you can't fill this now, that there's usually a moment that you can fill it after 4 p.m. Sometimes you can get it filled at the price you want. Sometimes I'll watch the SPY. Let's say I got to fill at 56 cents. And if I see it dip down to like the 38 cents mark, I'll add more to that fill for the open tomorrow. Because my conviction is we go up tomorrow. You know, that's my risk that I take on. You guys think we're going down tomorrow? That's fine. But for me, I think we go up. And I really want to pay 38 cents for those calls. And if I have to get a full fill right now in case we ramp up into the bell, I'll pay the 56 cents. But if we go down to like 38 cents at the bell, after the bell, then I'll pick more up then. For me, this is a conviction play. This is not financial advice. I don't think that you should ever follow me in my trades. I think that you'll lose all your money if you do. Those calls are now up to 62 cents. You take the money and run right there. 63 cents. That's a 20% trade. It's up 20% almost. 18%. $0.63. Please give me a moment where we trade down a little bit so I can get it more fill. I want more fill, baby. Give me more fill. Still have a standing order out there. Still waiting to pick it up. If things got ugly when we traded down, let's say to 468, I'd probably sell my calls and buy 470s. If I get 470s like 70 cents, 80 cents, I'd easily roll them into 470 C for tomorrow. That's the dynamics of the trade, right? Come on down. Give me my fill, baby. Those 470 Cs are at $1.32. If we sold off into the bell, you'd probably see them go down to like 70 cents. And that'd be great. Like even if they went down to like 90 cents, that'd be great. Because you got contract holders that are probably in the 470 Cs at like $1.30, $1.40. You'd force those people to rebuy to give you the push over the edge that you want. Oh, wait a minute. Give me that fill, baby. Give me that fill. Here we go. Here we go. Give me that fill, baby. Okay, so I bought some 470 C at $1.08. Oh yeah, that was a great fill. That was an outstanding fill. I just tagged 470s for $1.08. That's a banging fill. Thank you very much for playing. So I got a small boat on 472 at 56 cents. They're upside down right now by 4 cents. I bought 470C at $1.08. Those are up right now a bunch. If I can grab more 470s, if we tag 468.20, I'll buy more. It's 351. It's discount shopping time. Thank you for whatever hedge fund did that real quick for a good buy-in. I appreciate it. 468.74 is the mark that I gave you for the first dip over the air. There's some green barrage over that right now. It's a great buy. $1.08 on 470s. If I can get them cheaper at the bell or after the bell, I'll buy them. I started at 472, but the sell down. Let's see. Yeah, someone else out there is buying SPY calls too. 471s. Yeah, 471 is a big buy right now. 471C. So they're splitting the difference on 470 and 472. It's actually a sweet buy. You also want to consider if they're going to print them, if there's a possibility that we go to 472. You don't want to buy too far outside the money because they won't pay them if the market doesn't think we're going to hit 473 or 4 or whatever. They might not print them till the end of the day. We're at 108 again briefly on 470C. We're back up to 112 right now. So I'll wait for my next buy-in for the bell. And I can dollar cost average calls just in case we trade down into the bell. If we have that moment, sometimes we get that moment where you get a big red bar right at the buzzer. And if we do get that red bar, I will add another 5 racks or so. Right now I'm in 470C. I'm in 472C. The 470s are printing. The 472s are 3 pennies below what I paid for them. Yeah, I wouldn't have. There's buyers on that 471 right now. The 471 has lots of buyers on it. I don't know why. There wasn't a lot of buyers on 471, but there's a ton. That little dump there at the end reminds me of a bigger bank or a short covering that wants to take this long into tomorrow. Just dollar cost average of calls. If you're bullish on tomorrow, maybe some of the futures guys can tell us as we head into the. So if you're a futures trader, do you think that we sell futures or do you think we buy futures? That's a big question, right? Hello, ladies. Print it, baby. Giant green bars. Yeah, my shit's printing heavy right now. My shit's printing fat. And we're not even at the close right now. My shit's printing right now. Whoa. I'm making a lot of money right now. I could close these out right now and take some money and run. Hilarious. Thank you for the giant green bars in the close. Crazy town. Yeah, futures guys say the buy program is turned on around 2 p.m. Yeah, some in calls right now. They're printing heavy. So they're already, that dip buy right there is printing pretty effing well right now in a close. I'm going to load up on some more 470s here. I think we gap higher tomorrow. And it's not a guaranteed thing, but you gotta look at what's happening. We're looking higher. So in my view, futures is gonna want to bring us up to just check above and see what's up. That trade that I talked to you guys about is printing heavy. It's at $1.39 now. It's at $1.08. Now it's at $1.40, $1.41. That's like a 35% win in 15 minutes. That was a live trade with you guys, right? So I don't know what else to say to you guys. What ready to say to you guys? Nice fat print into close. Not a huge print, but it's going to print fat into the bell. If you guys ever want to get out of your calls at the bell, wait for 359 or so. You see the big green bars going up right now, right into the close. And you could take the money and run right here. I don't know how you guys trade out there, but I think we hit $1.08 twice. So you had a second opportunity to buy them at $1.08, even with the delay. And look at this burr right into the close. Look at this giant ass green bar. Burr, give it to me. Look at this right into the close. Jesus Christ. Sorry to swear. $1.50. $1.52. $1.55. Jesus. Merry Christmas again today. Happy Kwanzaa today. Again. I hope y'all made money right into the bell. There's 3 times today, right? We had 3 great plays today. Please like and subscribe if you're poor. If you're not making money in this sub right now, just paper trade it. Paper trade it until you understand what we're trading here, until you can start making money, right, consistently in these trades. You're timing your trades properly, and then, stick around. Just paper trade this stuff. It's easy. It's easy if you paper trade it. You can enter and exit and look back and say, oh, I understand now, or I don't understand. If you are making money, I want you to donate. I want you guys to donate. It does make me want to make these videos. I didn't think that it would, but it does. I also have to pay a lot of money, put this Streamcast on, and then the time that's involved, and I have to set it up every morning and then shut it down and then put a bunch of information out on Twitter, right? So tomorrow, by open tomorrow, you'll also see the spoofing add-on. That costs, I don't know what that costs, but I know it's not cheap, right? Course of a year, it costs a couple grand or whatever. Or grand or $2,000 or something in there. I don't know exactly what it is. I'll have to check and see the price later today. But if you guys are making money, donate. If you guys aren't making money, And if you're not able to follow these trades right now, just open up like any kind of a brokerage that allow you to do a paper trading account, and just trade naked options in these time frames with paper money, so that you can see, or you can correlate it to discussions we're having. Okay, you guys are awesome out there. Hope you guys are making money. It's not that hard right now. It can't get much easier. You guys can go and do your own due diligence out there, and then we're live trading this stuff every single day. We just saw calls go from $1.08 to $1.53 at the bell. The other ones, the 472s didn't do so great. They were at 63 cents. They went down as far as 50. You could have rolled into those. But they're up at 70 cents after the bell. They're at 70 cents. They're at 10%. I know some of you guys are consistently losing, so Webull has a paper trading option. If you guys aren't making money, just get Webull and paper trade it. Paper trade alongside me so you can see how these trades are working themselves out. These trades take like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. The futures traders out there, they know how these trades go. Futures traders trade a little bit more safely because they're buying contracts of actual shares and stock, so that they can hold if the position goes in the wrong direction. I'm an FD trader. I'm a stock trader, and I'm also an options swing trader. But I know that the futures guys watch because they trade contracts against the options that I trade, because my FDs can mirror to an extent what they're trading on futures. Hope you guys have a wonderful afternoon. Congratulations to anybody that's making money out there. Hope you guys are making consistent money. Yeah, they're $1.54 right now. We got 4:03 in the afternoon. Print, baby. Burr. There's no reason you can't be making money out here in this market. No reason. Have a great afternoon. We did that one live, right? We did that one to the exact penny. I don't know what else to say to you guys. Thank you, Guacata. I want to say thank you to anybody that's been tipping this afternoon. Anyone that's been, I can tell who's making money. Guacata, Desperado, 34. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guacata. Thank you, Jacob, for subscribing. Thank you, IGOT Options, for tipping. Thank you, SN Gash, for tipping. Thank you, Suryat, for tipping. Suryat made money today. Thank you, Uptight, for tipping. Thank you, Frockenstein, for tipping. Thank you, Mateus, for tipping. Thank you, Chris, for tipping. Thank you, Quinn, for tipping. Thank you, LR, for tipping. Thank you, Paul, for tipping. Andy Nelson, 76. Willie Smoked Meat. Brad Armitage. Joe Harper, baby, with the big boy $100 tip. Made bank today. Frederick Lynn, thank you very much. A day, thank you very much for subscribing. 25245 tipped and subscribed. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Matt, for tipping. Thank you, Euro Boomer, for tipping the other day. I appreciate all the support out there. Hope you guys are trading alongside with me so that we can make money. We can pay our bills at the end of the year. We can create a nice little fat account for us when we get older. Johnny 5, take it easy. I love you, Joe. Egot, love you too, man. Mateus, Jill Nito, love you too. Yeah, you guys made money. Spencer, thank you very much. Jonah, Chris, Ionese, Willie Smoke. Ben, take it easy, my brother. Stop Run City, Paul, Guacata, Slonek, Adolfo. Hut, take it easy. Chase, take it easy. Sporky, take it easy. Your wife's boyfriend. What up, my bro? Multi-Gen, take it easy. All you guys have a great afternoon. Print, baby. We are printing into the after hours. Cheers to all you guys out there. Cheers, Rob. Cooked D, take it easy. REI, take it easy. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Jess, take it easy. Slonek, take it easy. You got Mark Brown, take it easy, brother. You guys have a great afternoon. Live trading. We ain't doing this bullshit on Twitter anymore. We're going to do this shit live, day in, day out. I'm done with this shit. Listen to people talking all kinds of shit out there on Twitter saying after the move that they made money. We'll do it live every day. We'll show you what a winning trader looks like so that when you guys go back on Twitter, you can start to question these people that don't tell you their trades before they happen. Adios. One more note before I hang up. For anybody out there that's still listening right now, I do want you guys to realize that there are some massive QQQ calls coming in after the bell.